It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. it actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated.
We call this meeting to order of the Board of Supervisors, a regular meeting of May 23rd, 2023. Justin, would you lead us in the pledge, please? Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
Thank you, Chair. The only correction is after the agenda posted, we received new information on agenda item number 20, which is on consent. The actual amount of the cost of the all-terrain electric bikes was $21,650, not $21,737.
Very good, thank you. Then we will go into our general public comment at this time. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, and if you'll come on up, you'll each have 3 minutes. John, you get to start it.
My name is John Vaughn. I live in District 3. First, a big thank you to your planning commissioners, not because they voted no on the RISE project, that's great of course, but because they led a well-organized meeting, actively listened to all commenters, and had clearly done their homework. Commissioner McAteer even manifested an earthquake to demonstrate one of his points. I'll preface this next comment with the fact that I have a great deal of respect for the county planning staff. They have complicated jobs and take their responsibilities seriously, treat people with respect, and care about the best interests of our community. Having said that, I have a couple of remarks about the use of Rainey planning and management. During my career, I managed dozens of contractors and consultants. I was not perfect at it, but learned from my mistakes. My personal observations and those noted by a number of other commenters are that Rainey's responses in the FEIR were frequently dismissive, unnecessarily confrontational, and often less than factual. If I were managing them, I'd be highly disappointed in their written product and embarrassed at their performance during the public hearing. They were woefully unprepared. As for RISE, they've had a big setback, but I'm sure you'll be hearing from them and their attorneys with new promises, last-minute adjustments, new offers in the development plan, threats of lawsuits, and disparaging comments about planning commissioners, members of the board, and community members opposed to the mine, all in a desperate attempt to salvage their project. And finally, at the Planning Commission hearing, one of the slides presented by the RISE attorney underlined the first 5 words in General Plan Policy 17.6 to focus your attention on those words, which say, encourage extraction of mineral resources. But he conveniently forgot to highlight the rest of the sentence, which reads, encourage extraction of mineral resources in compatible areas prior to intensified urbanization or conversion to other incompatible land use development. The full sentence makes the point you've been hearing about for months. We are already a long way past prior to and well into other incompatible land use development. I respectfully request you trust your planning commissioners. You can't fix a bad idea with more promises. Just say no to the RISE project. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Bill?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I wanted to just say thank you for having Law Enforcement Appreciation Week. We need to support our law enforcement now more than ever. There's something that's concerning, very concerning to me. regarding the crime problem that seems to be taking place in this county. Not too long ago, I was almost assaulted, and then last summer, one of my very, very best friends was assaulted by a homeless woman as she was walking to her apartment complex, and nothing was done about it. This is really very concerning to me, and I really hope this community steps up and helps helping neighbor to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Michael?
Supervisors. Michael Taylor, District 1. I'm not sure when to talk about this, but just in general, I would like to suggest that anything that reduces transparency in voting be
The next item, Michael, yeah.
Okay.
Under consent
I
agenda.
kind of wanted to talk about just in general consent, that the board directs staff to put things that have something to do with reducing transparency in voting, that it just doesn't go to the consent calendars. Most people, well, I don't look at consent normally, and I think that anything that has anything to do with elections, I would suggest that you guys advise staff to not put it on consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any other general public comment? Madam Clerk, any phone?
There's no callers, Chair.
Very good. We will close the general public comment, and we will go to our next agenda item, which is our consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. These are either renewal contracts, amendments, or items that have previously come before the board. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there is adequate reason to remove the item from consent. If an item is pulled by a board member, the concerns and questions asked by the members of the public will be addressed. No further public comment regarding the item will be received. Board, any item you wish to pull? Supervisor Swarthout.
Would like to pull item number 9.
Okay. Item number 9 and item number 32. Any others? Okay. Any other items that the public would wish to see pulled? All right. Seeing none, is there any comments on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item number 9 and 32.
So moved. Second.
Motion Supervisor Hall, seconded Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk?
District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. All right, we will go to item number 9 then, and Supervisor Swarthout, you asked to pull that.
Thank you, yes. I received numerous emails and several phone calls on this item. I think some of the emails all of us received. And I actually had a nice conversation with our clerk recorder yesterday, and I just would like her to maybe make a little presentation and explain this a little bit better to the public, because I believe it is a transparency issue. And while we live in this time where there's a perception that elections are not fair, that I think we should do all we can to make sure that the public trusts the work that our elections office does. So perhaps Natalie could come up.
Natalie, if you're prepared.
Good morning. You can hear me okay, right? Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present before you today. I appreciated the phone call yesterday that I had with you, Supervisor Swarthout, and the feedback that I have received from this board. So this is concerning item 232819. One of the things that I've provided to you is a copy of the relevant law that is sort of featured in the item and featured in a memo that I wrote to you. So before I start, how much time do I have?
You go ahead, Natalie.
Yeah, okay, I'll try to not go on and on. So for those of you here who don't know me, my name's Natalie Adona. I am the Nevada County Clerk Recorder. I'm coming to you today in my capacity as the Registrar of Voters, and also with a bit of knowledge having served on the State Ballot Design Advisory Committee. I was one of its co-chairs in 2021 and 2022. So I apologize in advance. I've had quite a bit of time to think about this bill and about ballot design issues, and I can see how you might have been caught off guard by this item. So the law in question is Elections Code 9170. It provides some sort of basic ballot requirements that are already sort of required by the state now. You might know that there are always a lot of state propositions and sometimes county measures that are included in all ballots. And what this law does is it adds certain information that's submitted by proponents and opponents of ballot measures. So when you see these arguments in the county and state voter information guides, there's typically a list of names of signers. And the state is asking for those signers that are included in those ballot arguments to be printed on the ballot with certain restrictions on listing organizations that they're associated with. There's also character limits. We're limited to 125 characters to be included on the ballot. That includes spaces, semicolons, commas, periods, stuff of that nature. So 9170 actually gives counties the option to opt out of this requirement, and it's only with respect to local ballot measures. This is sort of happening with state ballot measures no matter what we do. So a couple of the things that I wanted to sort of highlight here is that if you decide today that you either agree or disagree with our office's assessment, there's always the opportunity to revisit if we find that there's a sort of deep impact on the cost of elections, which I'll primarily be talking about today. I also do want to point out that there have been 12 counties that have opted out already, not to say that you have to go along with these 12 other counties, but there are some sort of weird legal consequences that I would like to point out. I'd also like to point out that these 12 counties do I believe value transparency just as we all do. And they also value, as you all do, fiscal responsibility and would like to avoid any potential litigation as a result of this law, which is, I think well-intended, but it is not perfect. So when I looked at AB 1416, which was a vehicle for which this new part of the elections code was included, I and many other elections officials looked at it as an unfunded mandate because we're very pessimistic about being reimbursed for any of the potential costs due to the length of the ballot. And we do think that the ballot will be elongated as a result, perhaps not for the next election, but certainly for November 2024, we're looking at potentially 16 statewide ballot measures that may be included on the ballot. So cost is really at the forefront of my mind here. So for every ballot card, which is basically a page, we pay about 28 cents per card. If we add another card, and if that card affects all ballot types, we're looking at about $25,000 added cost just for the paper. So I don't consider that to be a de minimis addition to the budget. Certainly when you add cards to ballots, you increase processing time, you increase staff time dedicated to not only extracting ballots, but reviewing data. And there is a high probability, because we're not going to be reimbursed by the state, most likely, that this cost would be pushed onto the special districts and the school districts, who would have to sort of bear some of the burden of these costs. I also believe that Elections Code 9170 lacks sufficient clarity and potentially opens up for litigation. So while we have this limitation on the number of characters that we can include for a list of names, there's actually not a lot of guidance that the law or the regulations provide us when what we're given by submitters exceeds the 125 characters. There's probably a solution somewhere, but there is no process that's articulated. Our neighboring counties also may prevent us from printing this information at all. I'd like to direct you to paragraph D of Elections Code 9170. There is a sort of strange provision in there that says that a district measure or a school measure on a county ballot shall not include this list of names and supporters if in another county it doesn't appear on there as well. So it really takes one ballot measure that's shared between Placer or Yuba counties, which we do have districts that overlap, that would sort of prevent us from printing any of the names of supporters or opponents for any of our local ballot measures. I think that that is ripe for litigation. So if whether you decide today or not that you do or don't want to do this, I'm going to bring this to our association's legislative committee. I don't think that that was the intent of the law when it was passed. It's sort of going to have a strange ripple effect, I think. So for any of the counties who do want to include the names of these supporters and opponents, I think that they should be able to, and it just sort of irregardless of what a neighboring county sort of decides. But that is sort of a weird feature of the law to me that could catch us up in a court challenge. And court challenges lead to delays in printing, delays sort of lead to increased costs for elections. And that's certainly something I'd like to avoid. One of the last points that I would like to sort of make about this law is that there are some of my colleagues, and I haven't decided whether I agree with them or not, but sort of consider that there could be some type of electioneering that we have not seen before as a result of this law. So it is very possible that you have, say, a district that has some members up for election, and that same district wants to also include a ballot measure. This is pretty common in elections, and if you have somebody who's sort of listed on the ballot as a candidate, and they're also a supporter or opponent of the district measure, their name could be included more than once on the ballot. And I can say we work pretty hard on preventing any form of electioneering. If this is in fact electioneering, I certainly think that it poses some challenges and potentially an unfair advantage to someone who's listed multiple times on the same ballot. So I'll stop there. Hopefully I did not ramble on too much, and I'm happy to take questions and any other things that you'd like to talk about with respect to this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. And what I'd like to do with the board's approval here, I think I'd like to open this up to public comment on this particular item, and then we'll bring it back to the board for a full discussion. Absolutely, yes.
Thanks, Chair. Just a clarifying question to be really clear about what this does and doesn't do, which might also help the audience. So the only thing this applies to is for example, a county ordinance. I mean, a county ballot measure, because the state ballot measures already are doing this. Is that correct?
Yeah. So yeah, the statewide ballot measures all of that sort of rests with the Secretary of State, and the state tells us what to print. So that's sort of set aside. This law certainly does apply to countywide measures, but also to school district measures, special district measures, any kind of local measure. So, you know, if we were to do nothing, or if, you know, you all were to decide specifically to opt in, we would print the names on the ballot, of course, with the caveats that I had just described to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll open this up for a general public comment at this point. Michael?
Morning again. I'd just like to reiterate that I think this being on the consent calendar didn't actually meet the standards that you mentioned what would put this on the consent calendar. So I just want to really caution, I really believe that something like this should not be on a consent calendar. I would ask that you guys table this to give this more time of consideration. There is no hurry for this. We've got lots of time before the next election. I believe that this is a concern for the 2024 election. I think that the transparency on local measures, having understanding who supports and who doesn't support items or measures, is important to the general community understanding how to vote. For example, if Barbara is someone that would consent to Measure V or something, then we would know that the board or the contract association are probably in line with her. So there's different people. Then there's cannabis, and then I think it's important to understand the stakeholders that are involved with local measures, because they do the work to understand if it's a good thing for the community or not a good thing for the community, or if it's a good thing for what they represent in the community. But anyhow, I think it's important to give this more time. I think it's important to get more feedback from the general public, and that something that has anything to do with reducing transparency in our election have more public input. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Just a quick question, Natalie. All this information is within the voter's guide?
Yes, so every time we print a voter information guide and we get submissions for arguments for and against, it typically includes signers, and that's what the state is asking us to reproduce on the ballot. So, you know, I'm glad that you brought that up, because I do think that we have a great voter information guide that is chock full of, you know, really important information that voters can use to decide. You know, I think what's interesting about this law is lawmakers are basically telling us, okay, well, take that same information and just print it somewhere else in addition to printing it in the voter information guide. And, you know, I think that, you know, generally that's actually a good idea. I am concerned, though, about the sort of fiscal implications and the sort of possibility that our ballot printing can be delayed due to litigation.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other public comment on this item? All right, Madam Clerk, phone call.
There's no callers, Chair,
Very
but I
good.
did want to report that the board
abs-
received 6
absolutely.
emails prior to today from Carolyn Roth, District 3, Polly Halstead, District 1, Barry Pruitt, District 4, Michael Taylor, District 1, Joanna Rebane, District 1, and Terry McLaughlin, I'm not sure what district she resides in, and they all had concerns about the item.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, then, I will close the public comment on this particular item and bring it back to the full board for discussion. And I'll begin with Supervisor Swarthout, if...
Sure, thank you, Natalie, for the clarification. A quick question, you know, I didn't have an opportunity to go back and find some of my previous ballots, which I have them all somewhere in storage. How often, with local measures, do we print the names of the supporters in the ballot? I mean, I didn't recall seeing that with the Measure V. I remember seeing it in the voter information guide, but was it also on the ballot?
No, this has not been done before. It's a brand new law that was passed last legislative session. And, you know, I think that some of the feedback from my sort of peers across the state was, ballots are very long, and I mean, it is exhausting. If we had, absolute proof that, there'd be more people voting on those down ballot races as a result of printing supporters and opponents, then I think that, some of our attitudes might change. But, this is a brand new thing.
So we're not taking anything away?
No.
Okay. All right. And I think I appreciate the transparency issue and, people really wanting to make sure that our elections are fair and balanced. And but I think the cost savings and the time, I mean, as a person who literally did not have my final results until 30 days after the election, I think that time is it's really critical, especially when you have a really short window from when you get elected to when you get seated. So at this point, after talking with you and your explanation, and hopefully the public understands what we're doing now, I don't have a problem moving forward on this one.
Yeah, thanks, Natalie. It was interesting. I do feel like we're in this situation. This is interesting. Be clear again, the state already is doing this?
They're going to be doing it for the next set of elections, yeah.
So that'll be on the state ballot? Those questions will be on there?
Yeah.
Okay, I know. I just feel sometimes I'm looking at this, you gave a great report and explanation, and I get that, but it is kind of a volatile time in elections.
It is.
And I am a little concerned that you get beat up over that.
Well,
But then I'm trying to look at that bigger picture of the finances. So, and the fact that it hasn't been on our ballot before, but it will be in our election booklet that comes out in its entirety.
Right, and like I said, there's always time to go back and redecide at a later point. I don't know if it's in this section of the code, but I believe that the deadline for registrars of voters to bring items like this before the board is something like 30 days before the close of candidate filing or something like that. I'd have to sort of go back and check. So it's not like, we're a one and done here. We can decide, okay, well, maybe it's better for the community to actually reprint this stuff on the ballot. So you're not sort of locked down by this.
So just curious, as you've been on that committee, it's kind of interesting. I'm sure there's been a lot of conversation about this through the state already. So,
Yeah.
I mean, is there a chance it's going to be repealed or changed? I mean, at the cost, look what it's going to cost the state.
Well,
it's going to cost all of us.
Right. Well, probably not, because we had said time and again, this is going to cost a lot of money for our taxpayers, for voters. It's sort of not clear why you wouldn't just redesign the state voter information guide to make the information that you seek to sort of put out there a little bit more prominent. We do try, though, but sometimes state legislature is just going to do what it's going to do, and we just have to work with it, right?
Yeah, thanks, Natalie.
Sure, thank you.
Marty?
Thank you, Natalie. I don't have any specific questions. I guess I do have a specific question. One of my questions relates to the transparency element, but can you list some of the other areas that a constituent could find information such as this, like Voter's Edge or Ballotopia or all the other areas that kind of aggregate information for voter information on opponents and proponents of measures?
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I don't actually know whether Ballotpedia or, Voter's Edge actually include the arguments and supporters and opponents. I believe that, they'll print what it's about. I think Voter's Edge specifically, sort of gets into the campaign finance weeds. I don't actually know if they print out that information. Yeah. Probably because it is not easy to extract in a big data set for them to, sort of cover the whole state, for Voter's Edge specifically, but for Ballotpedia, they're working in the 50 states. I know that there are groups who are working on sort of pulling that from websites, but not every jurisdiction is going to have information like that on their website. It might be, sort of trapped in a VIG that's sort of behind a search feature that requires you to put in your physical address and your zip code.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so, when this sort of came up a couple of days ago, I was thinking, well, is there a way for us to, make sure that this information is sort of more visible, more prominent? We can certainly do that on our website. We can look at, how our VIG is structured. So, I'm sorry, voter information guide.
Yep.
We can look at how that is structured and sort of make things a little bit more prominent or, sort of upfront. So, yeah, that's something that I'm happy to do and I think would be a little bit more cost effective.
So electronic media posting the same information essentially in the expanded format, all the opponents, all the proponents, everything that you listed that we did for Measure V would be in electronic format on our website today, just as it always has been, no changes.
I think that right now it is within a module where you would have to look up your ballot from, based on your address. So you couldn't just say, as a non-Nevada County resident, just sort of pop in and look at the entire voter information guide.
But if from the voter's perspective, it's identical, including the electronic media portion that we would have in paper, will be published, no changes there. It's going to be exactly identical to how it's been done previously.
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. That's my only question. Thanks.
Heidi?
Thank you. Yeah, so we get the voter information guide, and it lists all the proposition, and it lists who supports them and who doesn't support them. And we can take that guide with us into the voting booth, or we can sit at home with our ballot and our voter information guide and have far more information in the guide than you could even fit in the 125-character piece on the ballot. Right?
Yes.
So all that information we can have right there with the ballot. That's not going to change. So given that, my concern is actually the legal issues. I mean, in the letter you sent us, we talked about how are we going to, how is somebody's name going to put on there? If you put my name on there, is it going to be as a supervisor? Is it going to be as an employee, as somebody else? Is it going to be, are you going to call me Mrs. or supervisor? Or someone going to get upset about how it's written? And then the legal issues associated with that too, or people changing their minds, and then do you take them off the ballot? So I think the ballot is pretty sacrosanct. It's very important to get it right on there, and I'm not opposed to more transparency, but I'd rather opt out this year and see how it goes, maybe in the rest of the state, and then we can come back and opt in if they iron some of those things out. It seems to me to be a wise way to go. And I want to acknowledge to Mr. Taylor, I agree this shouldn't have been on consent. I think it was an oversight, but that is why we have this option to pull items so we can discuss them at more length. So I think this has been very helpful, that really what we'd be adding here is very minimal, but it could be costly, it could be legally an issue, and it's not really going to increase a lot of transparency. So I think I'm comfortable with it you're suggesting as well.
Pardon? No. Very good, thank you, Heidi. I will say this, as the person who's responsible for the agendas and where those items go, Michael, it was not intentionally put on the consent. It really did catch us off guard, and I personally apologize for that. But looking at the item itself, the thing that really got me is when you look at transparency, the first thing I thought in my mind is, oh my gosh, yes, it's got to be on there. It's got to be on there. But then in looking at some of these details, as you discussed, Natalie, one of the things that caught me, it was the cost of the election itself. Each page, if I'm correct, would add another $25,000 approximately. Okay. And I look at that as a county expense. We could take care of that. And your office has a little more work, okay, that's okay. The thing that bothers me is the districts. Maybe not the schools as much, but when we look at our small districts, and I look at our Park and Recreation District in Bear River, they look for ways to avoid the election. The competitiveness disappears from it because it's so costly to become involved with the election that they have to, they can't afford it. It'll break some of those little districts. So that was the one thing that really caught my mind. The other thing was, as Heidi brought up, the 125 characters. I could see that no matter what you do, there would be a accusation that you or we did something. I mean, this, in my mind, the state does it all the time, right? So I could see that being a major issue too. So in my mind, I think I agree with Heidi. Just like you say, if we put it on there, we could always take it off. If we don't put it on right now, we can always put it back if we feel that we are missing something. The fact that that information is in the voter's guide and can be found.
So I have a question. I'm just going to say, this did come out of the blue a little bit. I mean, what is the option? I would like to maybe let our community, there's a lot. I went to a meeting yesterday and this was a topic of conversation. So where do we have opportunity to really kind of share this and get people's minds at ease that this is not going to be a transparency issue? I mean, this came right about. I'm just looking at the public and how do we really make them see that this, what's interesting to me though, is it doesn't happen now. It's not been on our ballot before. So this is all new to add this to our ballot. Never been on the ballot before. And I do like the idea that you're committing to do something in the VIG.
Yes.
That would help be more explicit too. I like that. So, but I'm just wondering, do we really have to make a decision today and have opportunity to explain people without, I mean, no matter where we get, we're going to have this kind of issue, but I think it'd be better to be able to go out and explain this. I couldn't explain this very good yesterday in my meeting, right? But I feel like I have a little bit better of a sense, and you did a beautiful job on the paper that you sent, that I just read it today because I wasn't in here yesterday, I was out. But I just would like to be able to share that with my constituents. So, I don't know, that's just a thought.
Good thought.
Just one quick clarification on your timing. You described, obviously there's no time pressure associated with this because the 30-day prior to the closing. Is there any exact, I guess, is that the most exact timeline you can give us? My question is, can we delay this 30 days without repercussion?
Yeah, I think that's possible. I will consult the elections code. It's upstairs in my office, so I can get you a more specific answer.
Chair Schofield, with the assistance of one of my deputies in my office, so looked up the law. So the date for this decision is basically the election day minus 81 days. So that would be translate to about mid-November of this year of when we have to make a decision. So
thanks.
Right.
I would propose to support what Supervisor Hook is discussing and delay this for 30 days so that we can talk more about it.
Okay, sure. And, you know,
Well,
for what it's...
no, that's all right.
Oh.
It's up here now, okay?
Oh, sorry.
Is there a second to that motion?
I will second that.
All right. Madam Clerk?
Who seconded? I apologize.
Supervisor Swarthout, I apologize.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
And District 2?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Natalie. So we'll bring this back in a future meeting. We won't put it on a consent agenda, okay, Michael? Very good. Thank you again, Natalie. Thank you, Board. So at this time, let's go to item number 32. This is Supervisor Bullock's item.
All right, I got to shift gears here a little bit, Chairman. Thank you. Thank you. I pulled this. This is a resolution to designate the Chinatown of Truckee with a plaque from the Historical Commission. And I just wanted to mention, I'd like to pull this and delay this for 30 days. We've done a lot of work. Terry McAteer's helped in other areas to distinguish the contribution that the Chinese immigrants have made toward our culture and things on Donner Summit, including the Donner Summit train tunnels. We're in active work, and the board has authorized a resolution in 2022 to acknowledge their contribution and make that a National Historic Register place. And so I got a comment late yesterday from a constituent with concerns, justice and equity concerns related to the placement of this plaque. And while I don't share exactly everything related to that letter, I do think that it's worth delaying and deferring the passing of this resolution till next month, so we can have a few conversations locally in Truckee about the plaque and answer some of the questions that came up. Supervisor Hall and I were on an ad hoc where we specifically discussed the difference of making a designation historically of a person versus a place. And so it was a conscious and meaningful choice to designate places and not people. And so it really removed a lot of the controversy surrounding some of the things. Historically speaking, there's controversy around just about every single thing we've done as a community. And we recognize that and we honor that. We also honor the people that are involved in those places, right? Which is the plaque is designed to honor. So with that, I'd like to just defer this for 30 days, get some questions answered, and talk with some of the historical commission, some of the people in Truckee. And I just wanted to thank Bernie for all of his work and the work of the Historical Commission and bringing these things forward. I know it's a lot of work, and we look forward to passing these when they do come before us. But this one in particular is charged with some pretty significant sentiment, and I want to talk about that before it comes back to the board.
Okay. Madam Counsel, do I open this to public comment on that particular? Yeah.
Yes, because you gave them a chance for a consent. I mean, I think that would be fine.
Okay, then I will open the public comment on this item with the caveat that one of the authors of it is asking it to be pulled for a later date. Is there any public comment? Very good. A phone call?
There's no callers, Chair, but I did want to report that the board received the email yesterday from Jean Fournier, and which brought the conversation up.
Yeah, I assume that's yeah, very good. All right, then we will close the public comment, bring it back to the board, and I'll turn it back to Supervisor Bullock.
I would move to delay the passing or discussion of the resolution outlined in our board packet as item number 32.
I'll second.
All right, motion Supervisor Bullock, seconded Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
And District 2?
Yes. Thank you, Board. All right, I think we're through with the consent agenda, right? Answer me, I was asking. All right. Then at this point, we're going to recess the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors, and we will go into a call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Directors of the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1. Call that meeting to order, and what we have are consent items. Again, these items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. And is there anyone that would like to pull an item on the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there any general public that would like to pull an item? Seeing none, we will close the general public and we'll bring it back to the board and call for a motion.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Hook.
Second.
Seconded Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
District 4, yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. And is there any public comment on the sanitation district? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and with that, we'll adjourn the meeting of the Sanitation District Number 1, meeting of May 23rd, 2023. And we will go to individual board member items. We will reconvene the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors, and I recognize Supervisor Heidi Hall for the certificate of recognition for Dr. Roger Hicks and Linda Rochmel for founding and operating Yuba Docs Urgent Care for more than 20 years. And I apologize to Rachel or Linda if I mispronounced that.
Linda, yes. Thank you, Chair Schofield. And I see Roger and Linda, do you want to come up to one of the desks here? And it looks like you have some folks who are, yeah, that would work right there. I think, Chair, could I read the certificate? And then do we want to open it to public comment and then come back to the board? Okay. So it is my pleasure, my deep pleasure, to offer the certificate to the two of you who've been just outstanding members of this community for a very long time and are singularly responsible for the health of a whole lot of people here over the last 20 years. So I'm going to read the certificate and try not to get teared up because we know this is a sad thing that Yuba Docs has had to close against your wishes and many of ours. So we're very sad that that came to pass and wanted to be sure that you knew how much we appreciated everything you've done for this community. The County of Nevada Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing Roger Hicks, MD, and his wife, Linda Rochmel, RN, for founding and operating Yuba Docs Urgent Care for more than 22 years. Before Yuba Docs established the first urgent care clinic in Western Nevada County in August 2000, if a person needed to see a doctor and the family physician was unavailable, there was only one option, the emergency department. Yuba Docs Urgent Care Clinic was different, faster, less expensive than a visit to the hospital, plus you could walk in without an appointment or even insurance. Thousands of county residents have visited Yuba Docs for everything from minor injuries to acute illnesses, all handled with care and compassion. Yuba Docs has been a reliable county partner. When employees suffered an injury on the job, Yuba Docs handled their workers' compensation cases. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Dr. Hicks joined medical leaders across the county to advocate for a rapid and coordinated approach to protect public health. Drawn to Nevada County by the Yuba River, Dr. Hicks brought an impressive resume with his move to Nevada County. He earned his BA from Brown University and his MD from Cornell University Medical College. He completed his family practice residency at UC Davis and became board certified in family practice and emergency medicine. He was a director of the Urgent Care Association of America from 2011 to 2017 and served on its executive committee and as its treasurer and then secretary. He is the founding president and current board member of the California Urgent Care Association. Yuba Doc's name is inspired by the Yuba River, which has provided many a healing experience for many of us. When the South Yuba River was threatened by dams in the early 1980s, Roger and Linda were among the founders of Circle, the South Yuba River Citizens League, stepping up to save the river and winning state wild and scenic river status in the process. When Circle started, its office phone was their home number. Later this year, Circle will celebrate its 40th anniversary. For their dedication to providing quality urgent care for our residents and visitors, and for their community leadership on behalf of the Yuba River, and so much more, the County of Nevada Board of Supervisors commends Dr. Roger Hicks and Linda Rochmel for their more than 2 decades of service, treating thousands of patients for ills great and small. Thank you so much, the both of you. Can we applause? Give you an applause. I know there are folks who want to say something, but maybe Linda or Roger, you would like to say something as well?
Yes. First of all, thank you very much, Supervisor Hall, Supervisor Bullock, Chair Schofield, Supervisor Hook, and Supervisor Swarthout, and Allison and Caleb. Linda and I deeply appreciate this honor. The Yuba River is why we moved here in 1979. Excuse me. I'm getting a little teary too-eyed. And as you mentioned, we became active with keeping it free-flowing through our involvement with Circle when we moved back in 1984 after I completed my medical training. That work culminated in getting wild and scenic protection in 1999, which then freed up some of our time to birth the clinic. Linda came up with the name Yuba Docs because of our long-standing love for the river. I have to say, when we opened in 2000, nobody knew what, or very few people knew what an urgent care clinic was or did. The ER and local primary care docs felt threatened because they thought we were going to steal their patients. But over the years, the ER realized that we were taking a load off of them and seeing people that didn't really need to be in a full-service hospital emergency department. And the local primary care docs realized that we were seeing their patients when they were closed or didn't have appointments. And after a while, several of the local primary care docs put on their outgoing phone message to call Yuba Docs and had our phone number on there. So we also became the only providers in the area, in the region, offering occupational medicine services to employers for like work-related injuries, workers' comp injuries, and employment physicals. So I think it's fair to say that we became a vital part of the local medical landscape. We were also a training ground for many people, from ROP students in our front office to medical assistants, x-ray technician, externs, physician assistant and nurse practitioner students, and even a couple of physicians who did part of their residency training at our clinic. We've been privileged to provide this service to Western Nevada County for 23 years and couldn't have done it without the help of hundreds of employees, of the hundreds of employees that we've had over the years, including medical assistants, front office people, x-ray technicians, nurses, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, and doctors. And a big thank you from us to all of them. It makes us so happy to have you representing Nevada County recognize the value of the services that we provided. I'm sorry that the Fowlers, our landlords, didn't, but I will do my best to help create a new full-service urgent care, one that provides occupational medicine services and has x-ray on site through Dignity Health in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. No, don't go away. Linda, did you want to add anything?
No, I think he said it all. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I know there's some folks here, I believe, that would like to make some comments. If I could open to the general public, and anyone, please come forward. Terry.
A longtime friend, Terry McIntyre. What isn't in that proclamation is that Linda was the founding board member of the Nevada City School of the Arts and worked her tirelessly to have that for one of our first charter school in Nevada County was very much due to Linda. So thank you, Linda, on behalf of all the schools in this county too.
Thank you, Terry. Charlie?
Morning, Charlie Brock. I don't know where to start, but I will start back in the early 80s on the living room floor of the Hicks' home on Long Street, where Circle was formed. And I'm proud to say I was there, and I'm proud to say that I followed Roger as president of the board. And I just wanted to point out, and I don't put it in there, but the bylaws of the organization were that one could serve as president for 2 years. Roger served for 12 and then called me and asked him to relieve him. Roger, Linda, thank you so much for everything you've done.
So my name is Barbara Getz, and I'm a longtime personal friend of Roger and Linda's. And I just want to say they've just given so much to all of us, and we all appreciate it so much. And thank you for continuing. You guys haven't stopped, so thanks.
Thank you, Barbara. Anybody else?
Hello, my name is Carrie Kelper, and I was floored to learn about these other things I didn't know about you and your family, the Circle, and also Yuba River Charter School, or no, School of the Arts, I apologize. But I too am really sad that the Yuba Docs did not be able to continue, but I do look forward to working with you quite a bit more through Dignity Health and making sure your services are available to the community in any capacity that I could be of help. But so grateful that you're still here.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Cheryl Dell, and I actually don't know you, but I have to say that I wanted to come up and represent the thousands of people who don't, but still want to say thank you for all that you've done to the community. I've done nothing easier than try to get signatures on a letter to have things work out for you. So again, thank you so very much.
Yes. A very nice comment. Thank you. All right, any others? With that, we will close the public comment, bring it back to the board. Lisa, you want to?
So thank you for everything that you've done in the community. And I'm sorry that your situation did not work out, but I am very appreciative that you are moving forward and working with our local medical providers to continue urgent care. As a former patient of your clinic, I think it's so important to stress the word urgent, because I did have several urgent situations and I was always treated professionally. It was quick. It was great. And when I heard that you were going to be closing, it's pretty devastating for our community and people who use the service. So I also believe that your daughter has returned here and is going to be practicing medicine. And I just think having that second generation and having her come back to the community that she grew up in is really special and it's really important. So we appreciate you having her come back, and I'm sure she loves the Yuba River. And did she go to the School of the Arts? Was she a student there? Yes, which is a fantastic place. So, thank you for all the work that you've done, especially during COVID. It was very trying times for our community, and the collaboration between all of our medical providers was really important to us. So thanks for all the work that you've done, and I know I will see you at some fantastic community event coming up.
Yes, thank you so much. I guess for just two people, we live in this amazing community, and you came and you embraced us and you loved us. You loved our river, our children. You doctored us and took care of us and then planned retirement, and now you still give to us. That's a very special thing, and I don't even think there's enough words to show our appreciation. They're just not big enough words. Thank you. You could put it in giant, big letters, and it's still not enough. So thank you so much, and it's an honor for us to be able to have you here and sit and say thank you. So thank you so much.
Marty?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it is pretty incredible, the community building that you've been able to accomplish in your in your tenure here since you moved here. Was just Circle alone, and that designation that we all love and cherish about our local river, and then and also the commitment to rural medicine. I know we've shared up on the dais some of the things in the North San Juan community and in the clinic up there, and what a commitment it is to make that commitment to rural medicine and family medicine when there's all kinds of other things you could do with your medical acumen as a physician, right? And so thank you for making that commitment and sticking with it. And thank you again, as Supervisor Hook said, about committing with Dignity Health to make something new happen here in Western County, because I think that we need that, we deserve that, and healthcare has some improvements that we can all, as a community, need to make to that system. And so thank you for making your contributions. And I do wish you some a monicum of rest in your retirement coming up here pretty quick.
Well, let me finish here and I'll give it back to you. Is that okay, Heidi? Just very quickly, I just want to say thank you too. And in fact, with the resolution of the certificate, there are pieces in there that I didn't realize either. But I personally say thank you for a number of times when you knew you needed some assistance, you really didn't want to sit in that emergency room all day long. And that's what you did. Let's go to UBADOC. So I greatly appreciate it. I remember the last time I used it was when I needed a rapid test for COVID, when I found it at the last minute before I could go wherever I was going, had to have a test. You guys were the only ones that could do it. There weren't rapid tests at that time. So God bless you and thank you and the best to you. And thank you for continuing your work. And I'll give it back to you, Heidi.
Chair Schofield, may I share appreciation on behalf of staff?
You certainly can,
So,
Allison.
Dr. Hicks, on behalf of staff in Nevada County and the many executives that you worked with, especially our public health department, I sincerely thank you for being a valued partner and leading with compassion. You continually put the health of our community before yourself, and we just want to share appreciation and wish you and your family well.
Thank you. Yeah, I think everyone's said it. You know, I got a chance, well, I and my family have all been to UBADOC, so we've gotten a chance to appreciate you that way. I got a chance to get to know you better when working with Circle. I was on their board for a short time, and I was a volunteer water monitor for a number of years. And you are, I mean, you're synonymous. You guys are synonymous with Circle and the leadership that has been so great there all these years. And then establishing this clinic and then continuing your deep and abiding and active concern in the kind of leadership we have here in the county as a whole. You've been active there. And then again, with your willingness, you weren't just part of the county team and the medical team that was dealing with COVID and the pandemic, but you were a great advocate for good science. And put yourself out there to be that. And I am so deeply grateful for that. That was a very difficult time, and you did not hesitate. And that's exactly what we need was medical professionals to talk about science and to do it in a way that was people could understand. So I am very sad for this change, but I'm going to assume there's going to be a silver lining in here somewhere. I very much appreciate that you're continuing on, and we'll do what you can to help make sure we have the urgent care here. And I want to echo that. I hope you take some time, get some rest, and enjoy your retirement as well. Thank you for everything you both have done for this community. You're amazing, amazing people.
Do you want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to acknowledge the certificate of recognition for the Hicks.
Second. Motion, Supervisor Hall, seconded Supervisor Hook. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We'll do a picture photo op. Hey, we're going to take a quick break here. 5 minutes. That work for you? Yeah. All right, we will reconvene this meeting of the Nevada County Supervisors, May 23rd, 2023, and our next item is a resolution proclaiming the month of June 2023 as Celebration of Trails Month in Nevada County. And I'm recognizing, I apologize. Aaron Tarr, I'm sorry, Aaron. Aaron, you have a presentation for us on this. No. There.
Does that work?
There you go.
Okay.
Yes, there you go.
Yes. I'll do some updates on some projects and just talk a little bit about Celebration of Trails Month. So first, thank you, supervisors, for inviting us here. My name's Erin Tarr. I'm the executive director of the Bear Yuba Land Trust. So I'm here on behalf of our organization, and this is who we are. So as of yesterday, we have 11 staff, 12 board members, over 120 volunteers, including the county. The county now adopts Hirschman's Trail, so they've been out there doing some trail maintenance, and then over 600 members. This is our land acknowledgement statement that the organization adopted in 2022, recognizing the Nisenan as the natural indigenous residents here. We are working with them to reach some common goals. And this is a map of our service area. So our service area encompasses about 1,000 square miles from eastern Yuba County around Beale Air Force Base up to the Donner Summit Pass. We currently have 23,000 acres protected, 19,000 acres under conservation easement, and 4,000 acres that we own. And we also have about 45 miles of trail. So I'm going to focus mostly on our urban core region. So that's the regions here surrounding the cities of Grass Valley and Nevada City. In this region, our strategy is really to work on connecting trail systems, providing access to nature for people, and just getting more vehicles off the road. So what we do in this area, we're filling a community need. There's a lot of preserves that we own and trail systems that we manage around some of our more rural communities like Alta Sierra, up Cascade Shores as well. So creating these trail systems where people can kind of go out of their back door and have access to nature. Really focused on getting youth into nature, creating these future stewards, and then creating connections for people from school and work and play to be able to use trails to access. So in addition to all the land conservation that we do, we have a pretty robust trails program. Like I said, 45 miles of trail currently built and maintained with more underway. We're constantly planning and working with the county right now on the great recreation and resiliency master plan that's happening, and really excited about that collaboration that's happening countywide, and kind of to see the outcomes of that with priority projects and funding attached. We also have our Trails portal online. We just launched a new Trails portal. So this is something everyone can access for free on their devices when they're out finding our local trails and giving information about what kind of uses and, equestrian use, bikes, things like that. And then we also have our Adopt a Trail program. Like I mentioned, the county adopts a portion of Hirschman Trail, but each of our trails, we try to work with someone that lives close to those trails to monitor, kind of be our eyes and ears on the land, let us know when things are happening, and then we go out and take care of those issues. So 17 trails right now are adopted. I think we have a couple, we call them orphans, a couple orphan trails that we're looking for adopters. And this is one of our current exciting projects. So part of what we do, what's unique about what we do with trails is we obtain trail easements across private property. So this allows us to get, 30-foot swaths of land where we can ensure that there's public access forever. The landowner still retains ownership of their land. We're just managing and building trail on this small swath of land that then connects trail systems. So the Bailey Trail, this is in the Alta Hill area along the canal there. We just got 2 more trail easements through private property, as well as NID gave us an encroachment permit through their property. So we were able to extend this trail down. You can see the red line is where we're extending it down to Ridgeview Drive. And then that comes right out at the A to Z Hardware there by Wildflower Ridge Trail. So right now, this trail system can now connect all the way into downtown Grass Valley as well through trails we've built. So this leads to an exciting project we're working on right now, Wildflower Ridge Preserve. This is the red parcel there. That's 128 acres. We're in escrow and going to purchase this at the end of June. We already have trail easements on the property. We have for about 20 years. And just looking to expand and improve those trail systems. This is also really close to schools. Schools can walk there. They're connected by trails. Yuba River Charter, Scotton, and Lyman Gilmore are really easy access. So we're really looking at it as kind of a learning landscape, living classrooms. And yeah, these are some of the benefits of that project. So it was part of Kenny Ranch. Hell's Half Acre, part of Hell's Half Acre is on this as well. The lava cap. It's a very strategic acquisition for us because of the visibility and the sustainability that it could provide the organization. Like I said, walkable from schools with trail easements and a lot of reasons to protect and conserve this land and then create something great there for the community. So quick update on Independence Trail. So this, as you all know, it burned in the 2020 Jones Fire, the West Trail. And I'm really excited to say that reconstruction is underway of the West Trail. So just, we've ordered materials, we're working with state parks to get that first flume built on our property, and then they have FEMA money, they can start building all the way out to Rush Creek. So expecting that to be, happening throughout the spring and summer of this year, the reconstruction. Still talking about the land transfer as well and waiting on our FEMA appeal decision. And then looking, for that large flume that went across Rush Creek, looking at potential grants to get that as part of phase 2 to get the trail completed. Then also a quick update on Pines to Mines. So this is the 82-mile trail that will connect Truckee to Nevada City. Truckee Trails Foundation is really leading the process with the NEPA and CEQA and working with the consultants that are doing the unbuilt section. So they really need to provide an update on that process. I talked to their executive director yesterday, Allison Pedley, who would like to provide an update to the board. But what the Land Trust have is we have funding for a bridge, a multi-use bridge across Jordan Creek Spillway. So this is on the Lake Spalding Trail after you leave Lang's Crossing and are headed up to Spalding. There's a penstock you have to crawl under. Horses can't get under it. And a bridge that sometimes is underwater and inaccessible. So we have funding through the Stewardship Council to rebuild this bridge. And it has to go through CPUC approval, but we're expecting by 2024 to have that portion. So that's a portion of Pines to Mines. And then the other part that we're really working on is the strategy between Harmony Ridge and Sugarloaf, how to connect those pieces with trail easements or land acquisition to make a safer route there and connect in with the Sugarloaf Trail. So, celebration of trails. So in the past, we've done one day of celebration of trails on National Trails Day. And this year we decided to do the whole month. So we have a lot of exciting things planned. The first thing coming up is our Summer Star Hike Challenge. So we've partnered with the Neighborhood Center for the Arts. And they have made about 15 stars that you can see here. All of different designs and some really cool things. So what we're gonna do is hang these stars out on 12 different trails, and then when people register for the hike, they get a star map and then can go out and find these stars throughout the month of June. They scan a QR code, get entered to win raffle prizes. And here's the star map, that's a little sneak peek. So there'll be a lot of opportunities, a lot of great raffle prizes. And then at the end of the month, we're going to have a street party, and this is part of the whole month, actually. Three Forks is brewing this beer, this Happy Hiker Hefeweizen for us, so that'll be part of our fundraising for trails. We're also having some art installations that are going to be happening on Hirschman Trail and Cascade Canal Trail. Those will be up all month that people can go look at. And then, like I said, our street party. So we're kind of ending the month, June 24th, Commercial Street, and I'm going to have a big street party with Moody Cat Band, and that's where we'll be giving out our raffle prizes and T-shirts and having a bunch of partners there, just talking about all the great trail work. So That's it.
Exciting, Aaron. All right, I'm going to turn it back to Heidi. I think we're going to read the resolution.
Sure, thank you. Thank you. And I just want to say I'm so excited you're making it a month because I always miss the day. And yet I'm such an advocate for this. And I have to say, I think you guys are one of the most underappreciated groups in the county. Not that we don't appreciate you, but you do so much that I think people aren't even aware of. I mean, just all this land you're preserving and identifying and making sure we know what we've got here in the county. And then all these great trails. So I just decided I'm going to commit to walk all those trails next year. And I'm going to register and see what I can do in June. And then Hardy and I are going to, when the Pines to Mines Trail is done, right? He's going to hike from one end, I'm going to hike from the other, and we'll do a big press event in the middle.
Yeah.
I'm making that commitment. If we can get it done in time, you might have to ride. Okay, so let me read this resolution. Whereas trails have been a part of the Sierra Nevada landscape for millennia, having served as routes for communication and commerce by Native Americans, and later providing the means by which immigrants desiring a new life traversed the mountains to explore and settle the territory that would become California. And whereas trails in Nevada County not only reveal the history of our region, they serve as a means for enjoying the Sierra environment and intimately experiencing the outdoors, and represent an important recreational resource, creating opportunities to hike, roll, run, bike, ski, and ride a horse. And whereas each year the Bear Yuba Land Trust and Nevada County Board of Supervisors, state and federal agencies, local nonprofit groups, and businesses join communities across the nation in recognizing National Trails Day on this first Saturday in June, thus reaffirming a commitment to the value of recreation trails, which is highlighted locally with the celebration of trails. And whereas hundreds of thousands of trail enthusiasts are expected to participate in a wide variety of activities on public trails at more than 1,000 nationally sanctioned events across the nation. And whereas on February 7th, 2023, the board included recreation as a 2023 priority objective to promote sustainable recreation in partnership with community providers and other jurisdictions to enhance recreational access, support public health and safety, realize economic opportunities, and preserve natural resource assets. And whereas the Board of Supervisors recognizes the value of collaborative partnerships with public and private agencies to support the ongoing construction and maintenance of trail networks throughout the community, including the Pines to Mines Trail that will someday link the east and west sides of Nevada County. And whereas trails and associated greenways provide access to wildlife habitat and migration corridors with rich native plant diversity, and also help reveal our region's historical and cultural legacies, thus providing opportunities for outdoor education. And whereas trail activities bring together friends, neighbors, and family, enhance quality of life, boost tourism, increase active transportation, reduce carbon emissions, build community, and stimulate economic development in Nevada County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the County of the Nevada Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim June of 2023 as Nevada County Celebration of Trails Month. There you are.
Thank you, Heidi. Is there any public comment on this agenda item? All right. Seeing none?
There's no callers, Chair.
Seeing none, I'll close the public comment portion, bring it back to the board, and recognize Supervisor Bullock.
Well, thank you, Aaron, for coming and presenting. I really applaud you in being able to balance all these things, and the amount of acreage that you've protected and put trails on and created access to is just incredible. I've been involved with the Truckee Donner Land Trust for a long, long time, and it's a lot of work, and it's hard for me to imagine how you get it all done. You and I had the opportunity to sit down and kind of talk a little bit about all that, and I was so glad to kind of get to know at a deeper level what it takes to make your organization work. On the trails piece, I think trails are like the single biggest contribution to our wellness, and they kind of transcend all those different things. You know, you don't need a gym membership, you don't need to have money, you don't need to have a bike. You just need to be there, present, and get on that trail. And so I just, you know, they're so multifaceted in what they give us every day, right? And it's just the ability to leave here and go out and just clear your mind for a minute right here on Hirschman Trail, or it's to push yourself and have an adventure or meet with friends or see nature. And then there's this whole piece about access, right? So anybody can access them, like the trails that you're doing to restore, you know, where you could get anybody in a wheelchair or anybody with physical handicaps or just challenges when you recover from an injury. So I just applaud you in doing that work, and I've always been a huge supporter of trails and the Truckee Trails Foundation and the work that you've partnered with them on the Pines to Mines. It's really exciting, kind of first in the nation for one of those connectivity trails. The other thing I'll mention really briefly, and then I'll be quiet, communities are really looking at trails as an economic engine to connect communities. Connected Communities, Sierra Buttes Trails Stewardship Project is one of them. Bentonville, Arkansas is another community that has really turned trails and cycling and the connection between different smaller communities into an economic engine. People come from all over the nation to experience their trails, just in multifaceted. So thanks so much for bringing it forward. Thank you, Heidi, for sponsoring this, and anything we can do to help, we will.
Thank you.
Sue?
Yeah, it's exciting when you look at this map and then I look at the land that you guys, and there's maintenance that goes on with that, or not maintenance, but the trails, and then you look at all this land you've conserved and you have to look at how the vegetation is going and all that. It's huge what you've done for this community, and I love it. They know people, your team members come and go, but you find these team members that have such a passion for what you do, because you really, truly are an amazing team. When they come, you find the new one that fills the spot, and you see the longevity in some of them that still come, and we see them at the events. It just shows all the great things you do. You guys are an integral part of our Yuba cohort that, you know, we look at protection and trails and safety, and your input's always so valuable there. So what a great thing to get to celebrate. And I always love open spaces and wild places, and that's what we are here in Nevada County. We love it. So thanks, Aaron.
So.
Agreed, thank you. I think that the Mines to Pines Trail is one of the most exciting projects that the county has ever undertaken. And I'm not a hiker, but I see the value in having that connectivity for tourism as an economic driver. So very exciting. Hopefully it will be finished in, I'm not sure. Yeah, our lifetime, I guess. The other issue I think that is really important for me, and sits in my district, is the Hell's Half Acre property. And I go back to 1999 and 2000 when I was working with the City of Grass Valley on their general plan, and there were 400 to 600 houses proposed for that site with commercial development, all sorts of issues. This is such a better use. So thank you for that purchase and for preserving that piece of property. And finally, I think, unlike Heidi, I'm not going to commit to walking those 12 trails, but I will be at Three Forks trying the Happy Days Hefeweizen and invite all my friends to come. Hopefully, are they doing that as a fundraiser? Are you guys going to be receiving a royalty from that?
So yeah, we'll get $1 for every beer sold during the month, and then we're actually doing a happy hour at Three Forks June 3rd from 4 to 6.
Okay.
And I think, yeah.
Great. Well, thank you for that, because I think that's a fantastic way to promote the trails without having to actually go walk on the trails.
Right,
So
yeah.
I will be there drinking beer. Thank you.
Yeah, so Aaron, actually I was involved with the Land Trust really probably near its beginning, and where it's become is just incredible. It's just amazing, the influence that you have now within our county and outside of our county even. And the trails are wonderful. I just the other day had a little time from my office and thought, well, I'm going to go out and walk. Ended up walking up to the pond anyways, not too far on the Hirschman Trail, but was amazed how many people that we meet. It became kind of a social trip too, especially at least the part walking to the pond. Not quite as many go further, and I've never quite made it to the end, but that's really great. And the Independence Trail, I'm so glad to hear that there is work being done on that, and the hope would be that someday that large section there that you talk about at Rush Creek would be able to be completed again. So thank you so much for the work that you and the Land Trust do. And all the volunteers, I know how hard those volunteers work with you, Aaron. You couldn't, I'm sure you couldn't do it without them.
No, yeah.
Yeah, Hardy.
Thanks, Aaron. If somebody wanted to get involved with your organization or track you, do you have a blast list or could you just outline a little bit how people can do that?
Yeah, so if you go to bylt.org, you can register for our newsletter there. And so we have a volunteer-specific newsletter and then a general newsletter, and all of our volunteer days and everything, events are also posted there.
Okay, perfect. That's easy. Thank you.
You want a photo op? Okay,
Sure, yeah.
okay. Do you want to do a motion?
I always forget that part. I'd like to move that we declare June Trails Month, Nevada County. Is that correct?
2023, very good. Motion Supervisor Hall, seconded Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk, I think we roll call.
Thank you, Chair. District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
And District 2?
Yes. And Aaron, we will do a photo op.
Okay, great.
All right, we're down to department head matters. And the first item is Child Support Services, Collections and Housing, Mike Dent. This is a resolution awarding the Western Nevada County Regional Housing Trust Fund request for proposal number 3 in the maximum amount of $1,024,755 to Pacific West Communities for development of Lone Oaks Senior Apartments number 2. Mike?
Good morning, Chair Schofield, and greetings to the rest of the Board of Supervisors. Mike Dent, Director of Child Support, Housing, and Community Services. This is a housing item, and to my left is Petra Runger.
Patra Rungi.
Patra
Thank
Rungi.
you.
Oh, Patra Rungi, sorry about that. She's sitting in the place of Gus Becerra, who was called to the Colusa County Board of Supervisors this morning and had to go that way. Yes, item 231704 is a resolution awarding another loan from the Western Nevada County Regional Housing Trust Fund in the amount of $1,024,755 to Pacific West Communities in partnership with the Regional Housing Authority and its nonprofit entity, which is Building Better Partnerships. This award is a loan, and it's directed towards Lone Oak Phase 2. As you're well aware, for probably about the last at least 6 years, housing has been a priority of the Board of Supervisors. This priority is fully fulfilled, this description, because there is a partnership between multiple jurisdictions. That would be the partners in the trust fund, Grass Valley, Nevada City, and the county, along with partnerships between private developers and public entities like Regional Housing Authority to facilitate this project. Briefly, the trust fund history for those listening was born from Proposition 1 back in 2018. That's that $75 real estate transaction fee that was added on top of recordings for real estate transactions. That funding goes up to the state and eventually comes back to the local jurisdictions in the form of the permanent local housing allocation. For a reference, this year's allocation, which was year 3, it was 2021 funds from transactions back in 2021 totaled about $928,000 for the 3 entities in this partnership. So that money goes in. Previously, we were able to get a match from the state for some trust funds back in 2021. I think we matched about $1.3 million. And so it's going towards a plan. The 3 entities have agreed on a plan for the permanent local housing allocation and the spending in the trust fund focused on affordable housing, as this is owner-occupied construction, which we have an open RFP happening right now for, and also some funding for shelter and day center operations. The actual RFP was processed following the purchasing protocol, so it was open for about 6 weeks between January and March. As you know, the loan amount advertised was to $1,024,000. It went out to almost 15,000 firms, 24 plus firms downloaded the applications. The application that was scored by representatives from all 3 entities, all 3 jurisdictions. The recommendation to you is to fund the Lone Oak 2. This is a loan, it's not a grant. We will have to come back once the funding is finalized through the development efforts for a regulatory agreement and also loan documents, and that will be at some point in the future, hopefully in the next year. Next, we can transition over to the project.
Good morning, Chair Schofield, fellow board members. So the project is the Lone Oak 2 project. Currently, there's Lone Oak 1 in Penn Valley. This would be a mirror of that project. It's completely senior affordable housing, 60% of AMI, 31 senior units. There'll be 24 one-bedroom units, 7 two-bedroom units. And there is going to be 1 on-site manager as well. Next slide, please. At this project, there will be a community garden, a dog park, a bocce ball court, and none of that is shared with Phase 1. So it'll have its own individual community garden, its individual dog park, as well as an elevator access because it is a senior facility, so there will be an elevator access. Next slide, please.
I might add just real briefly that this is kind of, you can zoom in and you can see more detail in your board packet, but the existing Phase 1 is to the left of the screen or to the south, and this is oriented north-south.
So the next 2 slides will show a visual rendering of what the project will look like. Again, it's a mirror image of the Phase 1, so it'll be identical in the looks of it. So to go over the timeline, we are applying for a 9% tax credit application, and that is in August of 2023. Awards are expected in about November of 2023. If we're awarded, it'll be a 6-month process to close on the construction loan. So if funded, construction financing will close approximately May of 2024, and then construction is hoped to start immediately thereafter. Upon completion, obviously, residents will move in right away, and we're anticipating approximately August of 2025. If we, by some chance, don't get awarded the tax credits, we will reapply in approximately of April of 2024, and then the timeline there continues. It's the 6-month closing and about a 12-month construction time period from that.
So in summary, you know, the selection committee feel confident that this project will move forward. They're the same developers that developed Phase 1. They're also the same developers that are working on the Pacific Crest Commons project up in Truckee. We have a long history working with them. Brunswick Commons is another example where that partnership worked. And so with that, I should also note that you have previously authorized about $1.4 million to this project through home program income and also the multifamily housing disaster recovery funds, about $360,000 there, all totaled about $1.4 million. It was about this time last year, April and May of last year, we got the disaster recovery funds following the wind complex fire. So this will package together about $2.5 million towards this project in local funding, local and state funding. With that, any questions you might have, and then also I just respectfully request that you consider this request to authorize this loan.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Sue?
I don't have any questions, but I really think this is a great opportunity and look forward to it. I see the happy people that live in Lone Oak 1 and the stories of how people get to continue living on their own in that facility. And it was such a beautifully done project. Really looking forward to this. I mean, that's kind of been on the back, like how are we going to find the funding to get this second, because it won't take long to fill. Without a doubt, it's amazing how many folks live on a fixed income or some of those things after you're 55 years old, right? So anyway, I enjoy those folks. I go over and check them out every now and then to make sure everything's going well. And I think everyone's really looking forward to this. I got to thank the Regional Housing Authority for the work that goes through on this. There's so much work Gus and all of you do. Jennifer back there, appreciate you guys being here today and help promote how we get this finished. So thanks, Mike, for bringing this forward, and I'm going to cross my fingers for that first set of funding. Thank you.
Lisa? No question? Heidi or Hardy?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Thank you. This looks great. I was just jotting down my questions. On the tax credit, so you're saying that we don't know yet if we're going to get them, and then if we don't, we will reapply. What, are we taking a risk here, or do we know we're going to get them, just it's a matter of when?
Do you want to answer that?
So, I mean, it's always a competitive process. It depends on what other projects go in with it. The more allocation that we get from our partners, like county, the money you had already allocated, the 1.3 million, does offset our score because that's the less tax credits that we have to get. But again, there is no guarantee because we just don't know however many people put in applications at that time. But our hopes are, yes, definitely that we will get them.
The more funding we bring to the table, the tiebreaker scores are increased, and everybody, I think, applies to TCAC with perfect scores. It's the tiebreakers that boost you to the top. So to answer your question, Supervisor Hall, these funds, they're allocated towards this project. We have several years to spend them before they expire and have to be reverted. So I think we're okay timing-wise for this $2.5 million total package.
Okay.
But we do need to, I think Regional Housing, they applied for multifamily housing MHP funds. They were not successful. Maybe they'll be successful now because they have another $1 million in match.
Okay. But it does, we won't lose the funds if for some reason we don't get the tax credits.
No, we have several years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you mentioned that there's senior AMI apartments. What makes them different than regular AMI apartments? What makes them senior apartments specifically?
So to qualify, you have to be 62 and older. So that's what would allocate them as a senior housing is the age.
And the AMI is exactly the same as we see in other low income?
60% max.
Okay, okay. And then who's going to manage the facility when it's complete?
Who's managing one right now? Is it Cambridge?
Yeah, I don't have that information, but I believe it's the same managing facility that's doing Cambridge. Yeah. And it'll have its own on-site, so they won't share an on-site. Some projects do share an on-site, and we find that it doesn't provide enough supervision over the units, and so each facility or each project will have its own on-site.
It's my understanding that Cambridge is the property manager of Lone Oak 1. I believe they have to go through an RFP process. The developers handle all that stuff as part of the final construction.
So do we have any influence over the management of these facilities once they're complete and people have moved in?
We can work with as we have with Brunswick Commons, we work with the developers, the owners of it to iron out any ripples.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a separate issue, but I get complaints every once in a while about management of some of the facilities, places we have around here, and just probably would be good to understand what we can do to help with that, if anything.
Yeah, ultimately it goes back to the property owner to manage those concerns. And anytime I do receive any complaints about property management, aside from Lone Oak 1, I mean, including them, I always just find out who the property owners are. If it's a regional housing authority property, maybe there's vouchers assigned to the property. I would also include Gus in the conversation.
Okay, great. Yeah, this wasn't specific to Lone Oak, it's just over in general. Every time one of these comes up, I'm reminded of that, so.
And there's also a complaint process through Regional Housing Authority and HUD on fair housing issues.
Okay, very good. I'll be learning more about that, I'm sure, as I keep seeing more of these. But this is a great, great project, so thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Exciting to see this going forward. I think I was a planning commissioner when Lone Oak came through for its original entitlement. Quick question. Supervisor Hall touched on one of my questions, but are there any major funding shortfalls or gaps that you anticipate filling in the future? And then, again, with us, do you see any more requests coming to the board for any alternative funding to make it all happen?
For this particular
For this
project,
project,
I know of nothing else
Okay.
on the horizon for this particular project. We have submitted a match request with the state to match an additional $1.7 million in permanent local housing and general fund match from both Nevada City and the county. So that would be future loans for future projects. You can't stack the PLHA funding awards on top of each other. You have to go to a new project. That's one condition the state requires with those funds.
Understand.
Yeah.
Will there be a request coming forward for the general fund allocation for the match to the board?
Oh, that has already come two board meetings ago, and it's
Nothing in the future past that?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, just curious, thank you. And then on the management, one question I had, very similar, if we are part of the funding authority or the stack of funding to make this happen, a few in mind, Artist Loss and Coldstream Commons, Mike was in those meetings as well, when we have extreme challenges dealing with the management of those organizations, that all kind of trickles out to all the local jurisdictions and then to the county and all of our service providers and HHS, it's all tied together. Just wondering what our authority is to officiate the relationship between our funding that we're acknowledging today and the management of the facility in the future.
Yeah, well, that would tie back as it did with Coldstream and Artist Lofts, where we brought the town, the county, and law enforcement, social services all together. What we learned from that, we applied to Brunswick Commons, which was once it was occupied, continue to have weekly, and we still have weekly check-ins every Thursday morning at 11 to see how things are going there. We're prepared to do that with Cashin's Field if there were any issues that came up, but that has happened very smoothly, I think because of the family nature of the development. We haven't had to start those meetings, but it goes back to community engagement and outreach. That's one thing that we're trying, I know my department's trying to get better at, is making sure we share with our jurisdictional partners, and in this case, Lone Oak 2 will be a county project in the county's jurisdiction, is to make sure we do the outreach. We have the developers show the plans and engage the community so they know what's coming and it doesn't seem like a surprise.
Okay, so as far as making some official resolution or language within the piece that's before us today, it's not your opinion that you feel like that's required. Obviously, your meeting, you've given us some examples of that. You have it covered. You're confident that you have the leverage in that relationship to affect change if something isn't performing the way you like it.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
We do feel comfortable with coming back with you with the regulatory agreement, which is an important tool, and the loan documents. We can make sure any concerns are addressed at that point.
Addressed through there.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Ed, can I have a follow-up on that?
Yes.
Can I have a chair? You're raising the ongoing management issues as well, right? So maybe, I'm wondering maybe if we could get a briefing about how these are managed in general and what our role is and what options we have, since it sounds like maybe this has been an ongoing issue for some of us. That's something we could do, Chair or
So
Allison?
Supervisor Hall, Chair Schofield, if that's the direction of the board, we could prepare a staff report at a future meeting.
Yeah, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, I like it. And if it could just give us whatever official vehicle or instrument the board is entitled to through its funding in things like this, and just lay it out for us and kind of what we have access to and what would be considered just, ministerial through your department that you just take care of. If there's two separate containers there, that would be something I would love to see.
Yeah, absolutely. We're happy to
Okay.
do that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there any public comment on this resolution? Madam Clerk?
No callers, Chair.
All right, I will close the public comment portion and bring it back to the board. Further discussion or a resolution or a motion?
Oh, I would move to, that we would do the resolution awarding the Western Nevada County Regional Housing Trust Fund request for proposal number 3, RFP number 3, in the maximum amount of $1,024,755 to Pacific West Communities for development of Lone Oak Senior Apartments. I'm excited about that.
Motion Supervisor Hook,
Second that.
second Supervisor Bullock. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
District 3, yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next item will recognize Director of Human Resources Stephen Rose. Waive further reading, adopt an ordinance approving amendment to the contract between the Board of Supervisors of the County of Nevada and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System to provide Section 20439, which is county jails, detention, or correctional facility employees as county peace officers. I believe
morning,
this
Chair.
is the
Third
third
reading.
time, yes.
Good morning, Chair Schofield and the members of the board. This is the third reading of the ordinance, and it does require a vote at the end. And this is for CalPERS to ensure that there's public transparency in adopting the new safety retirement for our correctional officers.
This was voted on quite some, well, a few weeks ago
Yes,
with
it
the
was.
approval of the employees. Is there any further discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Swarthout,
Second.
seconded Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. Very good. I think we will take a brief recess until our next item, which is a scheduled item at 11 o'clock. We'll reconvene this meeting of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, May 23rd, 2023, and our next agenda item is a presentation by our Public Works Director, Heba Agenzi. I'm gonna read this and kind of go over what the procedure will be here, if it's okay with you guys. Heba, is that okay?
Yes.
So this is a public hearing to consider adoption of a resolution amending the assessments for County Service Area CSA 22 6B Ranch Estates Zone 1 in compliance with Proposition 218. Board of Supervisors shall consider all objections and protest, if any, to the proposed parcel charges and will tabulate the vote on the proposed parcel charges. Any interested person shall be permitted to present written or oral testimony. In order to better fund road maintenance within CSA 22 Zone 1, the following 3 items are proposed to be implemented. Increase the parcel charges to a point that aligns with current construction cost. Implement a 5% annual escalation factor that will begin in fiscal year 2024-25 and end in fiscal year 2044-45. Add an additional $1,000 charge to each parcel to recuperate emergency funds. This will be paid in addition to the parcel charge in 3 installments over the next 3 years. $333.32 per parcel in fiscal year 2023-24, $333.32 parcel in fiscal year 2024-25, and $333.36 parcel in fiscal year 2025. And the procedure is, Heba will introduce her team. Our civil engineer will provide a PowerPoint presentation. The board will then open for questions. I'll then open it for public hearing for public testimony. Ask members if they want to provide public comment on the item in the chamber, in the phone, or on phone, or written. We'll close public comment, and the chair directs the ballots to be counted. And they will be counted one by one. And at the end of that, there's more here, but I think we can proceed. Is that okay, Heba?
Yes, thank you. Honorable board members, I am Heba El-Gindi, Director of the Public Works Department. And with me today from Public Works is Elijah Larimer, our Assistant Engineer, who will be providing a detailed presentation on this item, and Patrick Perkins, Principal Engineer, and of course, Claire Swanson, the Board Clerk, who will be leading the votes counting. Following the presentation and counting of the votes, if the majority of the votes are in favor of amending the CSA parcel charges, staff recommends approving the resolution contained within the agenda packets to increase the CSA 22-01 parcel charges from $139 to $285 per year for each of the unimproved parcels, and from $171 to $350 per year for each of the improved parcels. This is in addition to 5% annual escalation for a 20-year period, starting in fiscal year 24-25, and emergency funds for the total of $1,000 per parcel paid in 3 installments. And with this summary, I will pass it along to Eli, who will go through the details in his presentation for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Heba. Honorable Board, my name is Elijah Larimer. I'm an Assistant Engineer in Public Works. Today we are discussing the County Service Area 22 election. County Service Area 22 is located off of McCourtney Road in District 4. It includes Scotts Drive, Thoroughbred Loop, Swaps Court, and Cowlid Court. CSA is a mechanism to help facilitate the funding and maintenance of roadways outside the county maintained mileage. The CSA is created with parcels on a private road that vote to have the county collect charges and maintain the roads with those funds that are collected. County engineers assess the current and future needs of the roads within the CSA and prescribe an appropriate fee at the time of the creation. The affected property owners vote on the proposed scope and charges. CSA 22 was formed in 1980. The parcel charges were established at the time at $171 a year for developed parcels and $139 a year for undeveloped parcels. This was in line with the labor and material costs of the time. In 1987, CSA 22 was split into 2 zones of benefit. Zone 1 consisted of 38 parcels. They used Thoroughbred Loop as their access to McCourtney Road. Zone 2 consisted of 5 parcels that could access Thoroughbred Loop via South Ponderosa or to get out to McCourtney Road. Subsequently, 1 parcel within Zone 1 was developed and accesses McCourtney Road directly, so they take no benefit from the CSA, and therefore they're considered Zone 3 and aren't assessed any parcel charges. CSA 22 never included an inflation factor and has carried the same parcel charge since 1980. As material costs have increased over the years, for instance, asphalt has gone up 443% since 1980. The level of service that can be provided out of the CSA has gone down. To bring the CSA funding up to a level that aligns with the current maintenance costs and needs, the parcel owners worked with me to develop the following fee schedule: increase the parcel charges to $350 a year for improved parcels and $285 for unimproved parcels. In addition, add a 5% inflation factor over the next 20 years to ensure that the funding is sufficient over that 20-year period, and apply a $1,000 charge that will be paid in 3 equal installments over the next 3 years in order to accrue some emergency funds for the CSA. The CSA presented a petition to the county with signatures from 30 of the 37 parcel owners in favor of the proposed charges. The proposed parcel charges will fund annual maintenance, larger sealing and paving operations that will be needed in the future. The parcel charges that are collected within a CSA can only be used for work within the CSA. The CSA parcel charges are collected at the same time and manner as property taxes. Per Proposition 218, enacted in 1996, anytime the parcel changes are increased, they must be approved by those subject to the parcel charges with a ballot vote. That's why we're here today. Ballots were sent to the affected parcel owners on March 31st of this year, as well as notice of the upcoming election. This parcel charge amendment will be approved if more than 50% of the ballots cast are in favor of the measure. Just a quick summary of the procedures. As soon as we're done with this presentation, we'll have time for comments and questions from the board. Then we'll have our public comment period, open and tally the votes, and then we'll announce if the measure passes or fails, and then the board can move on the resolution. And with that, are there any questions?
Very good, thank you. I will bring it back to the board. Is there any questions on this? No questions? Very good. Then I will open it to the public for public testimony. Is there anybody that would like to make a public comment or on the items in the chamber, or any phone or written comments? Michael?
Good morning. My name is Michael Straight, and I've been kind of the liaison with Eli to work through this program, and was instrumental in collecting all of the signatures that we currently have. So I just wanted to thank Eli and the staff for the help that he gave me and that I got from them. This was a major effort. It has been tried before in the past and failed, and I think we are there now. And we had some extraordinary expenses which used up most of our fund last year, and which is the extra $1,000 that we put in there. So I have a co-chair, Don Stamey, and together the two of us kind of worked with Eli and came up with this particular plan, and it seems to work for the homeowners and with the county. So I appreciate all the work that they did. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for your comment. Is there any other public comment?
There's no callers, Chair.
Very good. I will close the public comment portion, and I will direct the staff to count the ballots. And I remind the board, we need to just be here. We do not recess during this.
Okay, I will go ahead and, Jeff, your senior management analyst, and I will go ahead and start counting the ballots. All right, so this is ballot is for parcel number 053320027, and the vote is no. All right, this ballot is for parcel number 053320013. The vote is yes. Okay, this ballot is for parcel number 053320029. The vote is yes. Just let me know if I'm going too fast. All right, this ballot is for parcel number 053320002, and the vote is yes. All right, ballot for parcel number 053320007. Oh, I'm sorry, and the vote is no. All right, the next ballot is for parcel number 533202604. A little concerned that they may have written down the parcel number incorrectly. So, yeah, so they've listed 533202604. Yeah, you can confirm that, and the vote is yes. The it was written incorrectly, so we're going to have to follow up and look at that one. Give us 1 sec. Okay. Next ballot is for parcel number 053320025, and the vote is yes. The next ballot is for parcel number 053-330-018. The vote is yes. All right, the ballot is for parcel number 053-330-010. The vote is yes. Good. All right, the next ballot is for parcel number 053-330-017. The vote is yes. Okay. The ballot is for parcel number 053-330-001. The vote is yes. All right, the ballot is for parcel number 053-320-035. The vote is yes. Okay. All right, the ballot is for parcel number 053-330-013, and the vote is yes. Okay. All right, the ballot number is for parcel number 053-320-019. The vote is yes. All right, the ballot is for parcel number 053-320-021. The vote is yes. And second ballot for parcel number 053-320-023, and the vote is yes. Yep. All right, the ballot is for parcel number 053-320-024, and the vote is yes. All right, ballot number for, so the parcel number was not included, but I have the address, which is 14119 Thoroughbred Loop. Wait for you to find that. That is 14119 Thoroughbred. Okay, and the vote is no. Got it? Okay. All right, I have ballot number for parcel number 053-330-015. The vote is yes. Good. All right, ballot number for parcel number 053-320-008. The vote is yes. All right, ballot number for parcel number 053-320-030. The vote is yes. Good. All right, ballot number for parcel number 053-320-003. And the vote is yes. All All right, and the ballot number for parcel number 053-320-005 is yes. All right, ballot for parcel number 053-330-003 is yes. All right, ballot for parcel 053-320-006 is yes. This is the last ballot that we have. And this is for parcel number, let's see, I think it's listed out incorrectly, but let me, 53-320-01, which I believe is not correct. Hold on real quick. Just for clarification, we've been able to confirm this ballot is for parcel number 001. And that, oh, I'm sorry, and that is a yes. Yep. And I believe that is it, except for the one outstanding. Yep. So unfortunately, this ballot is ineligible. We can't read we can read the numbers, but they're not correct, and we cannot read the signature line. So, yeah, and then we have no address located on the envelope. And it was a yes vote. Yeah, and that is it.
Hello, Chair and board members. My name is Pat Perkins. I work as the principal engineer here at Nevada County. We have tallied the votes at this point, and the measure passes with an 88% overall approval at this point, and we would recommend that the board approve the resolution as previously mentioned. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. All right, so it's back to us, and with that, the board can act upon adopting the resolution authorizing the CSA parcel charge amendment motion. Amendment?
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Hook,
Second.
second Supervisor Bullock. Madam Clerk?
Yes, thank you. District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. Thank you, Heba. Liza? Michael, good job. Patrick, thank you. Jeff, Claire? Eli, thank you. All right, I think we have time for announcements. I think I'll start with Hardy. I thought you were ready.
Now I'm ready. I'll do it. Thank you, Chairman Schofield. I'm going to skip all the small meetings and focus on a couple of bigger meetings just because they're a little bit more significant. But I'm going to just mention two pieces. We made our initial submission to the Forest Service for our Hobart Mills project that we had talked with the board about, and I'm really excited. A lot of meetings on that and a lot of time have gone into that over the last 9 months or so. So that submission is complete and we're moving forward, and I just wanted to thank staff and everybody who's gone on to contribute to that project because it's kind of a landmark deal. It's a first in our county's history and potentially maybe the second in the nation, but I'm proud of what's being done there, and I think it's a real opportunity for us to make a partnership with our Fed partners on challenges that we face in District 5, so thank you. And then again, I'm going to reach out to Tricia Tillotson, and I want to thank you for your work on Hirschdale and multiple meetings, routine meetings, special meetings, site visits, partner meetings, convening the public, holding stakeholder outreach meetings. It's been a long journey, and we're getting to the point where I think we're going to have some discernible information that will help us make a good decision. So just all those meetings, I could just summarize them up for the board, that we are making headway in Hirschdale, and the next time you go out there, you're going to see some approved bridges, some easements that have actually worked out, and we've gotten in for the construction easements, and then some other more individual parcel landowner reconciliation pieces that we're making in that area. So we're working. Thanks again for that. The meeting I wanted to chronicle is a homeless meeting that I had with bunch of different partners up in District 5. We had it at the Levon Center, and Ryan and his group came up, and then we have the town of Truckee, and then AMI Housing, Kathy Foley, who runs our homeless warming shelter up there. And there's a proposal on the table to look at some land, both look at county land, the town of Truckee land, maybe state or federal partner land, to bring a homeless housing solution, permanent building, facility construction to that region. So it's fun to have everybody sit down and talk. It's just conceptual at this stage, and Alice and I have talked a little bit more about what that may mean for our East County homeless population. The point in time count is going to come out pretty soon, which will give us a little more insight on the number of people. Drastically different numbers. You know, we're hovering around the 50 mark, somewhere in there. And they expect that to be for just the homeless members and not necessarily the other members living in their car or other alternative living situations. So I wanted to see that, and I wanted to see what other property or land was available to construct such a building. But right now we have no permanent facility. Kathy borrows the Church of the Mountains, and her lease is up in June 30th, so she has nowhere to go. She is on a month-to-month, so we think that the warming shelter will survive in its current location based on the good graces of the church, and potentially that the town won't take any action to require a special use permit. So it's teetering in very thin, and so those conversations about homelessness in East County are really, really meaningful. So I just wanted to thank everybody for taking the time, and Mike Dent as well, to come up to East County and talk about what we're trying to do up there. The other meeting I'll highlight is the Fire Safe Council. Jim Mathias came up and sat down with us on Friday, and we sat down with CAL FIRE, Truckee Fire Protection District, the Fire Safe Council, and others, and we just really talked about what the Fire Safe Council is doing in East County. And we came up with a kind of a pact of sorts to identify projects, specific fuel projects in East County, and also to try and take our Firewise communities and build a Firewise coalition similar to what's going on the west side, where we have routine meetings and get those Firewise communities together in one place where we can talk about what the priorities are from a community perspective. Truckee Fire Protection District has really been using Measure T funds, and they're on this freight train to get stuff done, so I'm really appreciative of their action-oriented work. I really want to bring the county and the ROES department, Craig and his work, and then the Fire Safe Council into that fold so we can all start kind of pulling in the same direction. I'm really excited about what's happening, and the Fire Safe Council has done a great job, in my opinion, integrating with our county staff, with our community partners, and then now coming up to East County. So I just wanted to say that I really appreciate that very much and looking forward to working with them. So those are my meetings, significant meetings that I've had lately. Thank you.
Heidi, you ready?
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'll keep mine kind of short too, just two small things and then one bigger thing. I did attend the Nevada County Arts Council Awards a couple weeks ago, which was really excellent, and just want to make sure that we continue to engage with the arts community because it provides such great benefit to everyone. I did sit in on the RCRC webinar yesterday on rural ZEV, so how to get zero emission vehicle infrastructure into the rural areas. And it seems like RCRC is pretty on top of it, and we could probably learn something from what's going on there. So that was helpful. All of last week, pretty much, I was at the Western Interregional Conference of NACO. So that's the western portion of the National Association of Counties. We met in St. George, Washington County, Utah, which is near Zion National Park. And it was a really great meeting. We spent almost every meeting talking about collaboration and partnerships. They have overlapping national areas and wilderness areas and county and state areas and endangered species protection areas, and they are the largest, the fastest growing county in the United States and have been for almost 20 years. So they're managing all of their resources and their people and their environment along with development in a way that's pretty impressive. They do have the same issue with parks needing more resources to manage their parks. They had something like nearly 5 million people go through Zion National Park, but right next to it was a county park, Snow Canyon. I think it was county or state. I believe it was county. Which was 600. They had 600,000 people going through that, much less overrun, just as beautiful. And it's very clear that that county survives. I mean, they're getting a lot of development money from a lot of the houses being built, but their tourism industry is just massive because of their parks, and they have an excellent trail system. So it was really great to see how they manage that and think about how we're moving forward with our trail system. There was also really great conversation that I'm following up back here. Utah's counties are doing resource master plans. They're asking all the western states to do the same thing, county by county. They're doing it basically because they want more local control of what the feds and states are doing in their counties. They want more say in it. But I think it also has the benefit of sort of quantifying what are your resources in your county, like what Beruba Land Trust was talking about, you know, all these beautiful places that we don't have, we have nonprofits doing that work. We're not even aware in our own county what we might have in one kind of package. So I think it would have double uses. It would be very helpful. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about that, take a look at some of the plans that Utah has already put together because they've already been through that process. And then on the Public Lands Committee meeting, there was a vote taken by the NACO board, which had to approve this. And the Public Lands Committee agreed to establish a recreation subcommittee, properly established, formal, with a chair and multiple vice chairs, just like the other committees. It was a unanimous decision. It's very exciting. I think it's going to give us a much bigger voice in some of the issues that affect us personally here in this county. And they extended the deadline for having folks apply to be chair or vice chair. So I'm going to probably put myself forward to be on that to make sure we continue to have a voice. And then there was a second vice chair election for the WIR, this Western In-State Regions as a whole, and one of our California counties supervisors ran for that and won. So we now have a Californian on that board as well. So lots of things popping at NACO in ways that I think will benefit us directly. And it was a really very productive meeting. I think Jeffrey is going to pull together a more detailed memo with additional information that might be helpful for us. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Heidi. Lisa?
Thank you. I attended a meeting several weeks ago with the City of Grass Valley and our county staff talking about the navigation center that we're working on in the Glenbrook Basin. And I committed to helping the city with working with the neighbors and the businesses and over there to explain to them what the navigation center is and the benefits to the businesses, because I think it will really do a lot to get people off the streets during the day, have a place to go versus hanging around the businesses. So trying to create, positive environment for that project. I also attended the Friendship Club high school graduation. I think they graduated 7 young women this year. Really impressive group. I can't say enough about what they do in our community and helping these young women. Almost all of them are college bound, which was very impressive. I know going back, to that event 20 years, and you maybe have one or two of the kids who are going to go to school and leave, but this group was really impressive. So I give a lot of credit to Jen and her staff that really nurture and work with those kids. I also attended the arts event, the Peggy Levine Award, which obviously is very near and dear to me because Howard and Peggy are very dear friends of mine, and as well as my next door neighbors for many years. That was a really well attended event. It's nice to see so many people who were there supporting the arts. And this year's award was given to Leo and Gail Granucci, who have just done a tremendous amount of work in the community. I also attended the Farm Bureau tour, which was very interesting. It was funny. Two of the places that we went to, the Chasewater Vineyards and Linda Miller's Personini Ranch, I've known the people who own those properties for years, and I'd never been out there. And Miller Pond is just spectacular. It was a wonderful day, except for the pollen and the allergies that people were experiencing. It was a really interesting tour. I also attended on Saturday with the Armed Forces Day in downtown Grass Valley. A big shout out to our staff for how much work goes into that in collaboration with the city of Grass Valley. It was a wonderful event. People had a really nice time. I had a lot of good comments afterwards. People appreciated that we honored our military, and it was very interesting or great to watch the young people who they inducted into the armed services that day. Just looking at them, it's like that's our future. It was pretty impressive to see those kids. And then finally, yesterday I met with Chief Robitelli from Consolidated Fire. Really good meeting. I'm really happy to get to know him. He has great ideas for things that he wants to work on with Consolidated Fire, and really impressed with Consolidated for bringing him on board. I think sometimes when our local agencies hire outside the community, we're always a little hesitant, but he really understands this community very well, and he was sharing with me some things he had done in Arkansas where he came from, and it was really impressive. So happy to have him here in Nevada County.
No, this has been great. So I had some really good meetings this week, but probably one of the highlights was RCRC, our trip to Butte County. We had our meeting up there for the chair meeting, and really a wonderful opportunity to see the different areas that they do. It's like kind of broad as ours. There's agriculture, but there's urban. And so we got to go to Paradise and Magalia, which was really inspiring to see. They said, oh, you'll never come back. And to watch what they're doing up there right now was really, it was really heartfelt. I loved the community group that took over the golf course was kind of abandoned through this. And so they thought, well, we've got to do something here. So they put in a disc golf course. This is all just on volunteerism. They took over the pro shop, made it a disc shop pro shop. They've had 2 tournaments up there so far. And again, the trails and the activity and the community center, they have regular community meetings that's helping that little community heal, because there's a lot of conversation that still has to go with that. So really inspiring. And the building that's going on in Chico was like, I was almost taken aback by that, how much building was going on there, and some of the different things that they're doing. One of their buildings processes, where the buildings are on or business are on the bottom, and they have Airbnb on the top that they market. And I thought that was really interesting. And then, of course, we went out to the agricultural side of things, and that totally interests me. And the Goral Ranch is an incredible place. They raise rice there, and talk about some conservation that's being done. Rice grows in basically clay soil. We always look at the rice fields, and I don't know if you know, but really there's only about 4 inches of water that sits on a rice field. And those kind of grounds are good because the water doesn't soak in, it sets there. But so they've developed there on the Butte Creek, and they developed the fish return ladder in their creek. So with their irrigation system they have, but then they actually have an amazing salmon run there. And we were just a little late, or we would have got to see the fish coming up the ladder to go spawn. So anyway, that was very cool. And Supervisor Teeter did a wonderful job of doing that. I got to go downside the Oroville Dam, which was very interesting. That is the second largest dam in California. Well, actually, more than California, but incredible. It was fun to see the amount of water, and we got to experience the earthquake, which was interesting. So we were in Magalia when all of our alarms, it's so funny, you know, you got 45 people there and everybody's alarms all went off and we're all looking like, well, okay, we'll get to a doorway or whatever. And it was just kind of interesting. But what was interesting in the background, what was going on with Doug Teeter, because if something happened from where that's centered with Lake Almanor, if Lake Almanor had damage, the amount of hours it would have took to come to Lake Oroville, because Oroville would consume all that water that came. So they were having to jump and decide, like, what water do we need to let go? How do we manage those? And it was really interesting. But you know what was really interesting the next day is Lake Oroville could have handled all the water that would have come to Almanor without having to spill it. So it was really incredible to watch that in action. And here Supervisor Teeter is, you know, he's hosting all of our folks, and then he's got this emergency situation going on in the background. So anyway, wonderful, wonderful trip, and a lot of good things. And of course, we all see all the little things come with RCRC. I still haven't even had a chance to really debrief with Jeff on all the issues and the bills and some of the things that we're working on. So that was really great. Again, went to Armed Forces Day. That was amazing. The band was fantastic. They were so great. And I just want to give a shout out to Steve Rose again. You know, with his connections, having from the military, we had 3 flyovers. It was amazing. And Ed did a fantastic job. I won't steal the whole show, but it was really a great day. Glad to have that. It was a busy day. I had that. I had Penn Valley Rodeo going on. Had Beale Bash. Field Bash was fun. I'm a honorary commander at Beale Air Force Base for Space Force, and so they had this great event down there for all the service folks, and so I made a little round to that. It was a wonderful opportunity. I think that this relationship we're building with all of them is really a good one. It really is. And then and today I'm not there because we're here, but they're doing a dedication of the Kentucky Flat Schoolhouse today with the Historic Lands Commission. I just feel like that group is doing some amazing things of preserving the history here by their dedication. So I hope they're having a good celebration down there today. And the little town of Washington is Saturday. And so if anybody has opportunity want to go to that, it'll be down in Hardy's district. But little town of Washington is doing a lot of things and having fundraisers to save the hotel down there. So lots of fun things with that. I was on a webinar. It was called Weather Whiplash, and Wade Crowfoot hosted, and it was really interesting to listen to the scientists all talk about how we're going to model and watch how the weather patterns are coming and how to manage that. So that was really interesting. A lot of notes on that I don't bring here, but again, really a great opportunity. RCRC also hosted a PG&E wildfire mitigation for 23-24. A lot of good information. You know, PG&E has got a plan that's going to be a little bit different. I was really happy for Craig Griesbach. He sat in on the meeting with me and he asked some really good questions. I look forward to keep having these meetings with PG&E so that we can keep that communication open with complaints and vegetation management and some of the things. I brought up some stuff that was going on in your district still, Heidi, with a lot of the wood being left, and because that's changing. Their vegetation management plan is changing, and so we're going to have to kind of stay on top of that. So I would encourage anybody that has any issues, reach out to your supervisor, because if we don't know about it, we can't help with it. So I think that's really important to keep continuing at that. I had an Ag Commission meeting. Tyler gave a presentation. Thanks, Tricia was there as well. It was a good meeting. We're saying goodbye to our USDA farm advisor, Cindy Fake. She's retiring. Not looking forward to that because that group's done some amazing stuff with our farm stands and our farmers and growing that business here. And that's the one thing about the UC system. It takes a long time to replace you. We may not have one for 2 years. And so that's a little bit discouraging. So I'm going to miss her. And I think that, and the big thing is, we did our public service announcement at the river on last Wednesday, and gosh, staff did an amazing job. Erica, she really took the lead on that, and Taylor, and having all those agencies then. Chief Pat Sullivan did an incredible job of really kind of dialing in what the river is, and I mean, I just can't say enough. They had booths set up. We had some different TV stations showed up, and of course, Pascal with Ubinet was there. And this is so important. I mean, just this last weekend, we have 2 little kids, not our river, but remember, when we talk about rivers, we're warning people about the Yuba, but we're also the American. I mean, they're all very dangerous. You know, that weekend before we had this PSA, they have already lost 4 people on the American River, and we've lost 1. So, and then I got a letter today from one of our folks with a picture of a lady crawling around the rock to go get on a rock to lay in the sun with the river raging. And I guess my point here is, the river is amazing, it's beautiful, but she is unforgiving. And, you know, one slip and it could be a fatality. And I guess the other part is that you're putting our first responders at risk. That day they were going to do a demonstration, but it was too dangerous to put our folks in the water. But, you know, if they were going on a rescue, they'd be there. So I think people really need to think about that. The river is fun, it's great. Find a lake to go swim in this year. Like seriously, or borrow a swimming pool. Grass Valley's got a brand new swimming pool. I'm just saying, this is going to be a scary year. When you think of 8,000 cubic feet a minute coming down our river, that'd be like, well, actually, that was kind of fun to watch. He brought a 5-gallon container, and that would be 8,000 of those headed down the river hitting you. And I think the big wake for me was the water's so cold. You know, we all jump in. Think of jumping in a pool and how, like, you know how sometimes it takes your breath away? Well, when you're underwater and you hit that water, it takes your breath away and you suck in water, and that's why you drowned. Because when you come up, especially if you're in the white water, the white water is a mixture of air and water, right? And you don't catch your breath. So there was some scary stuff, and people first were saying, well, you can't be very scary, but I think we have to be scary. I think people have to really listen. This is going to be a crazy year on the river. It's beautiful. Go walk our trails. Like Aaron gave you that, what a wonderful presentation on the beautiful places we have to walk. But stay out of the river. Let's keep our people safe. Let's keep our first responders safe. They don't want to have that in memory. I was really pleased that State Parks, he told a story of a 10-year-old boy that they had to take from the river. And, you know, and then I talked to my fire people, and Penn Valley Fire was on that call, and they still remember that day. So let's not put our first responders in that place. And sorry, that was my own little PSA for the moment. And with that, I think that's it. Working still with Rough and Ready and Penn Valley on fire issues. Been happy to be a part of that consolidation committee, or that's what we call it, whichever direction it goes, and working with LAFCO on that. So I appreciate the staff helping out with the meetings that we're having, especially county council and finances. It's been a really interesting, and Caleb's taken the role in that. So I really appreciate the involvement. So thank you, and that's it.
Thank you, Sue. I'm always impressed with the time and effort that my colleagues are putting in. I'll try to just kind of wrap up fairly quickly. You mentioned the Armed Services Day, and I want to say that really was a team event, because I also had another event at Alta Sierra for our first responders. So Sue and I, she was going to the rodeo, I was headed out to Sierra. I turned it over to Lisa. It's her town. It was perfect. It really was well done. So thank you, guys. And little shout out to Mike Dent with his World War II Jeep when he came up. I thought that was really, really cool. Congressman Kiley was there, and Senator Dolly was there, marched up with us. Congressman Kiley said, I saw what this event was and said, I have to be there. So Steve has really created quite an event there. It was very, very impressive. And of course, I think most of us know Luke Hunter that was honored as the last survivor of the Arizona. But if you look at his history and what he did beyond the Arizona, it's absolutely incredible. I just love the man. And I think he's 102 now. 102, he's amazing. So that was really a very special event, and I thank Steve for his effort in putting into this. And really the relationships we now have with our armed forces, especially at Beale. Got to meet the commander down there, which was pretty special, and now the Coast Guard too. So also following that, I did have a First Responders Appreciation Day at Alta Sierra that the Property Owners Association put on. That was very nice. Chief Robitelli was down there. He's actually living in Alta Sierra now, so that's really a good deal. Real quickly, Hardy and I finished up the Budget Committee. And I just want to give a shout out to Martin and his team and all our department heads. I mean, I think we walked away from there with a very good feeling about our county. It's just a wonderful group of people to be working with. Went to the Leadership Institution Government Day, presented there along with the mayors of our cities and town. Went to an Alliance meeting, our Workforce for Alliance for Workforce Development meeting, discussing the NORTEC restructuring of the ad hoc committee that I'm on, and we'll be following up with that meeting in Reading, I guess, with NORTEC. Went to a Transit Services Commission and the Nevada County Transportation Commission meeting. The buses are in, or no, they're not in. They will be here in just a few weeks. And today, under consent, we got a charger of some kind so that we can at least operate those buses for a while. The big unit will be going in at the Operations Center, and the large charging unit that will go on Tinloy Street won't happen until about 2025. Just because of the availability of parts, and of course we'll be working with PG&E, so that was kind of frustrating. And the thing that I always look at with that one is that to get ourselves back on a 30-minute route on Route 1, which is from here in Nevada City into Grass Valley and back. That's something I've really been shooting for, and Robin's been working on it. It's been a matter of filling the positions, and he's very close to that. So that was a good meeting. Mayors and managers breakfast in Truckee. That was a good meeting. I enjoyed driving up with Allison. Let's see what I got. Northern Sierra Air Quality meeting. And graduation last night of the Citizens Advisory Committee. And both Hardy and I sat in on that. A great group of people. And that's it. So thank you. Yeah. No, you can't. You've had your 3 minutes.
I know, just real quick, I just want to, I know, I don't even, I didn't think this with PG&E, but I don't want people to be shocked. But, you know, we're headed into fire season, and I want you to know we're going to see PSPS events. That was one of the comments. I don't know how I forgot to tell you that, but I don't want y'all to be blindsided by that. So be prepared. You know our numbers if you have complaints, but those quick disconnects are going to be activated very shortly. So that is coming for wildfire. Yeah, so those, and this will be interesting. I was going to throw this in there too. So they have offered to we're going to do a tour to see how those work. Down in San Ramon, they have this facility there. So we're going to be able to take a tour down there and actually get an idea of what it takes to set it off. But, so just be prepared, you know, have your generators or whatever you need to do, and hopefully they're going to work as quickly as they can to get us all back on, but it is coming.
We have closed session. Are we going into closed session? Very good, very good. Then, Madam Council, would you go ahead and read us out?
Yes, of course. So pursuant to the agenda and Government Code 54956.9 D2, County Council is requesting a closed session with the Board of Supervisors to discuss two matters in which there are significant threats of litigation against the county. And it's my understanding we would then break for lunch and.
Yeah, we will then break from lunch and we'll reconvene at 1:30.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you. Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have two daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state. The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning.
This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get into under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, you know, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang, picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state. The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area. Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state. The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area. Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100
We'll call this regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors, the May 23rd meeting, 2023. We all agree you dress up real well, Craig. All right, our first agenda item this afternoon is the resolution recognize the Firewise Together fundraiser event being held on June 3rd, 2023 to benefit Firewise communities. Jamie, Steve, who's got it for Craig?
Yeah, I'll do just a quick introduction, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Scopel, members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services for Nevada County. Firewise communities in Nevada County play such an important role in helping protect life and property from the threat of wildfire throughout our entire community. In our county, we now have more recognized Firewise USA communities than any other county in the nation, which is a pretty big feat. In an effort to continue to support and celebrate these communities, the Fire Safe Council of Nevada County is hosting a community event, and I would like to invite Jamie Jones, Executive Director of the Fire Safe Council of Nevada County, and Steve Eubanks, Vice Chairman of the Fire Safe Council of Nevada County's board, to discuss the great event. Steve?
There it is. It's on. Well, you got a good introduction from Craig, and by the way, Craig is part of our committee that's planning the event and has been a real stalwart on that committee, so we appreciate his involvement in it. And as Craig said, Nevada County has more Firewise communities than any other county in the whole United States. Now think about that from the standpoint of, Nevada County is a relatively small county population-wise, and there are a lot of counties with populations far above ours that don't have nearly as many communities. And that's really, as he said, that's really significant. We have 90 now, and there are a bunch more that are in the works. And so by the time of the event, we may have 95, or we don't know how many. And that's just in a couple weeks. So it's really significant. And that was really the reason, the driving force for the Fire Safe Council when we were talking about our fundraiser. What was driving force in deciding what we were going to dedicate that fundraiser to. And it is Firewise communities. And all of the proceeds are going to go to Firewise communities. The net proceeds are actually going to be distributed at the event, which is going to be kind of a cool thing. So, that's an encouragement for Firewise communities to participate and be there as they're getting funds that are distributed. And so we call it a fundraiser, but actually I call it a funraiser. Because it's going to be a fun event. We actually have, in the afternoon, we're going to have lawn games. And I should tell you it's cornhole, but we're having axe throwing, which is Sue has seen the photo of the axe throwing. It's not the typical logger axe throwing. It's a bristle board with plastic axes, and it's going to be kind of fun. And so, but we're going to have games in the afternoon, and then we're going to have an evening with a social and hors d'oeuvres and a live band and a dinner. And then what's really going to be cool is we have an auction that has all kinds of things that are being donated. And, we're hoping to generate a lot of funds that will benefit Firewise communities. And it's a recognition of the good work that they're doing to make the whole county safer. And I think all of you recognize how significant that is and how important that is for the county. So anyway, that's the background for the event. It's going to be at Lake Wildwood in Commodore Park, a really great location, and Lake Wildwood has been very accommodative in helping us set that event up. And we think there's a possibility, if this event goes well, and we think it will, this is something that we're going to continue for several years with a focus on Firewise communities, because there's a lot of work still to be done out there, and it's a way for us to contribute to that and really help. So anyway, that's what I have, and I don't know if Jamie wants to add anything or not, maybe not. But if you have any questions, I'd certainly be willing to answer them. But I really appreciate the fact that you are passing a resolution in support of this event, because, as I said, we think it's really important.
Thank you, Steve.
So just two really quick questions. How much are the tickets?
The tickets start at $75 for just the basic tickets.
Okay.
But we have ticket packages also that are kind of like sponsorships in a way. But they also give folks the ability to participate in the games. And so there are different levels of packages. And you can find out more information on the Fire Safe Council website, both for the ticket purchases and also auction items and also the menu for the event.
And then it's in Wildwood, so how do people get through the gate?
It's very easy. Wildwood, as I said, has been very accommodating, and all the people have to do is just tell them they're part of the event, and they go right on through.
Great.
It's going to be really a cool thing. And the security person, the head of security for Wildwood, has been working with me, and it's like easy.
Fantastic. Thank
you.
That's great. Sue?
Yeah, I do think this is a great thing to celebrate. I mean, our Firewise communities are doing a lot of work out there. It's pretty amazing. So I'm looking forward to it. Actually, I'm in my shoulder store practicing throwing my axe. So I'm gonna have to do some work on it so I can get that thing baby in there. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
We'll help you, Sue. It's okay. It's not a problem.
I'll be ready.
I want to see that plastic axe at your place. Yes, Sue. Heidi?
No, this is great. I mean, we've been, in my district, we've got a ton of Firewise districts, and we've been active in it. My husband has been super active in it, and it's just, we couldn't function in this county without them. So I'm really glad you're doing this big, huge thing. We're going to be on our way back from a trip, so I'm hoping we can swing by. We might be exhausted, but We absolutely support everything that you guys are doing.
You'll be welcome. Thank you. You know, when you talk about the amount of work, every community every year has to submit how much work they've done in value in terms of hours or actual expenditures. It is absolutely incredible how much is being done out there. And just in our small community, which is only 50 homes, it was tens of thousands of dollars that people have done. It's just amazing. So it's great.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to recognize Kristen Cook in the back. She's our Firewise coordinator for UBET.
Yep.
And many of the staff members here have participated with her in I don't know what we call it, the fire fair out there in UBET, but anyway, it's coming up again on the 17th of June, maybe, I think. But yeah, it's incredible the amount of work that goes into it. And I just wanted to thank the Fire Safe Council for coming up. We had a big meeting in East County on Friday about Firewise communities and a coalition of Firewise communities. And it was a great opportunity for me to get insight into your organization and try and help. We have 60% of our households in East County are in a Firewise community, and that we want to get it to 90%. We have a lot of additional work to do, but with your help and with staff's help, I think we're going to get there. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you for mentioning Kristen's names, because she's one of our committee members also, and as is Pat Leach, who is the coordinator for Firewise Communities.
Yeah, I met with Pat as well.
So, yeah.
Pat Leach, yeah. Oh, she is? Oh, hey,
Of course, Pat. Yeah, you guys do an incredible job, and I think one of that I'm most familiar with might even be in your area, Heidi, the Greenhorn, where they've done such a fabulous job, and then after these recent storms, it started all over again. So the significance, the importance of the Firewise community it's very, very noticeable. So thanks for what you do. Do we have some public comment on this? Come on.
Since I seem to have already been called out. I'm Kristen Cook. I live up in UBET, head up the UBET Firewise community. I've been here before. Nice to see everyone. I appreciate the support for this. I see this as a long-term vision Steve has laid out, year one, and then building on that for the years forward. But the reality is, and I always say simply, as residents, we're willing and we're able for the Firewise and the fire safety efforts, but we're ready and we're willing, but we're not always able. And that's in terms of capability physically or money. So every little bit helps, and it gives everyone hope on the ground. And if we are lucky enough to be awarded anything at the event, I already know where it's being spent. Jim Mathias told me. Thank you.
Awesome. Is there any other comments? All right, we will close public comment on this then, and we'll proceed back to the board, and I would entertain a motion.
Oh, so moved.
Second.
Motion Supervisor Hook, seconded Supervisor Hall. Roll call, please.
District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you all.
I wish you the best on your event.
Thank you.
Oh, it's going to be fun. Better get your tickets. I'm ready to have an axe throwing contest. And there's some awesome things going to be in the auction already, so that's really cool too.
All right, so now we'll introduce Craig and Heba. And this is a resolution approving acceptance of the CAL FIRE, California Climate Investments Wildfire Prevention Grant for the Winter Storm Hazardous Vegetation Cleanup Project in the amount of $950,000. Craig, Heba?
Good afternoon again. Chair Schofield, members of the board, Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services for Nevada County. Similar to last year's storm impacts, the winter storm this year continued to create excessive amounts of hazardous vegetation throughout both our public and private properties. It is vital that we do everything we can to really clean up along our roadways, as they are really key ingress and egress routes for our citizens, but also for access for our first responders to respond to wildfire and other emergency events. Also, with an excessive amount of vegetation on private property, it is crucial that we support resources for our property owners to remove vegetation that will make their properties more fire safe. Following the winter storm events, there have been several efforts providing resources to our residents, as well as work happening to remove hazardous vegetation from the community with some boots on the ground. The Fire Safe Council of Nevada County, in partnership with CAL FIRE and our office, have been hosting free community green waste drop-off events running from April to June. The Public Works team awarded a contract from a previous CAL FIRE grant to clear county-maintained roadways. This contractor started work toward the beginning of May. There are Eastern County Green Waste drop-off days planned later this summer once we have more snow melt. In collaboration with Fire Safe Council of Nevada County, Truckee Fire Protection District, and the town of Truckee. And in partnership with Waste Management in the Nevada County, there are free green waste drop-off days, including one yesterday and June 5th at the McCourtney Road Transfer Station. The grant that you have before you today is made possible really through the partnership and team at CAL FIRE, and funding is provided by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection's Wildfire Prevention Grants Program. During the winter storms this last year, the team at CAL FIRE were really the first ones to reach out to me. Both Landon Hack, Chief Estes, Steve Garcia, our local contacts, were the first ones to give me a call early on in these events. Not only did they supply several crews during the emergency activation, clearing vegetation from our roadways, clearing snow from buildings, and partnering with us for the entirety of the event, they provided a commitment to community recovery support long-term. A few days into the event, CAL FIRE's Pre-Fire Division Chief, Steve Garcia, reached out letting me know that their team was doing everything they could in an effort to find additional resources to help us with recovery from these storms. These community resources would not be possible without the entire CAL FIRE team's proactive communication and dedication to not just the county organization, but our community at large. It's important to note that CAL FIRE has granted us almost $12 million for vegetation mitigation projects over the last 4 years. That's very substantial. Also, CAL FIRE granted us $950,000 in response to last year's winter storm that supported similar efforts to what we are presenting to you today for green waste and roadside vegetation clearing efforts. Really, this has improved our safety of our key ingress and egress routes, improved the resiliency of both public and private properties, established strategic fuel breaks, reduced fire fuels overall, and has greatly helped protect lives and property throughout our entire community. This grant acceptance of the Winter Storm Hazardous Vegetation Cleanup Project is for $950,000 in total. That's $400,000 that will be used to clear hazardous vegetation from county-maintained roadways, $310,000 to provide direct support for private roadway clearing, $50,000 to support Western County green waste drop-off events, and $30,000 for Eastern County green waste events, with the remainder used to administer this programming and support. I would now like to hand this off to Hiba to give a brief overview of her team's roadway clearing efforts.
Honorable board members, the Public Works Department appreciate our partnership with the Office of Emergency Services and CAL FIRE. Earlier this year and last year, over 90 miles were cleared of debris using the first and second CAL FIRE grants, with work currently underway. We're now in the process of finalizing the map shown on the screen and the associated list of corridors that will be covered under the third CAL FIRE grant, the $400,000 to be dedicated for public county roadways, including corridors in East County and in West County. These corridors are identified in response to requests by the community, as well as requests initiated by the OES and CAL FIRE, in addition to the field work that the Public Works staff performs. Again, we appreciate our collaborative efforts with the OES and CAL FIRE in serving our community. Thank you.
Something I would like to mention too is just building on what Heba mentioned, is really the strong partnership we have with the Public Works team. We use a lot of their expertise whenever we're looking at prioritizing roadways, prioritizing work. How much can we stretch our dollar per mile? Really, that's from her team's expertise, just to their day-to-day projects and historical knowledge. But if it wasn't for their support, we wouldn't be able to, one, clear roads in the first place during these emergency events, but also not be as successful with grants and other projects as well. Just diving a little bit more into private roadway support. This is aimed at providing direct support to impacted communities for the removal and processing of vegetation along private roadways. We have and continue to reach out directly to community groups and leaders to identify key needs and deploy supportive resources. This support may be through greenway spends, contracted sawyers, chipping, equipment rentals, and vegetation hauling, to name a few. Really, I'd just like to wrap up. The CAL FIRE team was unable to be here today due to some scheduling conflicts, but they send their best to your board and staff. If it wasn't for the CAL FIRE's team's partnership, our community would not be nearly as successful responding to and recovering from disasters similar to the storm. I really can't emphasize that enough. Really appreciate their efforts and their partnership. That concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Heba. Any questions? Artie?
I was just wondering, because the map's not totally complete, but I was wondering about Washington, the road that goes from 20 down to Washington. It'd be right next to that 20 legend.
Yes, I should mention that we're presently in the process of updating this map because there are remaining street segments from the contract under the second CAL FIRE grant that's being added to the third grant. So this is not necessarily the final product.
Okay. That's a area of priority and concern for me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Greenhorn was one of, a bunch of these were hard hit areas of my district. Greenhorn, where I live, was one of them. And it was just massive amounts of stuff stacked alongside. I saw that it has been, I watched them go through and clear it. I guess I don't know if it was our contractors or our own folks, but they did a fantastic job, really great job. It looks better, it's much safer. And that's just the kind of work we need to keep doing. It's exactly what we need. And we were impatient, but it happened, and I appreciate it. And the message, I think, to the rest of our communities has to be the same. Be patient. There was a lot to clean up, and we're going to get there. I just want to mention one thing. It's kind of connected. Maybe it was for the previous item, but, the Greenhorn Firewise community is the one that got those 2 water tanks out there. And so they're there for the fire agencies to use. This is actually a different issue. But, yeah, so we were never able to resolve the ownership of the land, the easement on the land. So the Firewise community is holding that easement because we don't want to take it as the county. The fire agency doesn't want to take it. We can live with that, I think, for now, but in the future, I think as we do more and more of this, we're going to have to resolve that because that's just an issue that's come up. So, sorry, that was an aside. I just want to say thank you for all the great work that you guys are doing, and I think this is exactly the right thing to do. And let me just take the moment to thank CAL FIRE for being the most amazing partner we have, and their generosity and ability. Their partnership with all of this has been, we couldn't have done it without them. Thanks.
Sue?
Yeah, that goes without saying, huh, Heidi? We really have been fortunate with that kind of relationship and partnership between all of us. It's just a lot of work. I look around, I think of our fire-safe communities, and I watch this. So my one little question I would have is, how are you going to manage the private road support? That'll be kind of interesting, because I do get some calls about that over time. So can you give me a rundown on how that's going to play out?
Supervisor Hook, there's, I guess, a multitude of efforts, I guess, is our approach. So we're doing direct outreach to Firewise communities, community leaders, road associations, to get them to tell us what the priorities are in those communities, because they live there, they work there, they drive by these roads every single day, they drive by these properties. So That's our approach, is get guidance from them and let's figure out how we can best support them. And that, again, that may be contractor support, that may be hauling support, processing, and it may be a variety in different neighborhoods.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So would it be like on a grant kind of situation, they'd come in and would apply? That's what I'm just curious about.
So it depends on the needs, Supervisor.
Okay.
So if it's something that grants or microgrants make sense, then we can build on that program. If it's something that one of our contractors that we're already in contract with can do, that's going to happen faster, then we may leverage that. Your board approved a contract with the Fire Safe Council to provide some direct green waste support on properties as well, so we can leverage their resources. So again, we want to make sure it makes the most sense for each specific community.
That's fantastic. And Heba, the properties that we're going to do that are outlined in this map, will that be a contractor that comes out and does that work? And if so, what's kind of the timeline?
Yes, it will be carried out by an external contractor, and we're expecting to bid for the work around August of this year. Public Works Department will be responsible for the work on the public county roadways.
Okay. Okay, no, this is great. I, again, appreciate the work that goes into building the grant applications and the work that comes from CAL FIRE and OES and Fire Safe Council, everybody. So this is exciting. There's so much work to do, so thank you.
Just a thank you for this. I know I just want to really tell Craig how much I appreciate you calling back my constituents who've called me on this issue, and they're very grateful. A few of them have reached out to me after you've spoken with them and said that you're really helpful. But just having some money set aside to be able to do some private property where people could just sense the angst that they had because they just couldn't afford to do it. So whatever you said to them and working with them really set them at ease. So thanks. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, I agree, Craig. I appreciate, and Heba, that the openness that you guys have and the willingness to work with our constituents too. It's greatly appreciated. So is there any public comment on this? Madam Clerk, any phone or?
There's no callers, Chair.
Very good. I'll close the public comment portion then, and I'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion unless there's more discussion.
So moved.
Second.
Multiple seconds.
Motion Supervisor Swarthout, seconded Supervisor Hall. Sorry, Heidi. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chair. District 4.
District 4, yes.
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
And District 2.
Yes. Thank you.
Chair Schofield, may I request we get a picture? It is rare that we have our county OES, Fire Safe Council, board members, Fire Safe, Wise Communities, all in one room. And a picture of with the board, I think would really demonstrate our strong partnership.
Very good.
Especially
We'll do
with
that.
Craig's tie and suit.
Yeah. Yeah, why don't we have everybody come up and we'll kind of stand in the back here. Heba, where are you going?
And it should include Public Works. Come on, Pat.
Nice try,
Let's throw
Pat.
in some sheriff deputies too. Bobby leaves. Come on, get on down there. Get the whole gang down there.
Yeah,
Come on,
yeah,
DSI
come on.
guys. Alex.
Dave.
We'll need some people here too.
Oh, yeah. They usually come. Come on in, guys, gals.
Well, Allison, you might as well get in it too.
Come on, Allison.
All right, so our next item has 3 resolutions attached to it, and I think what I'll do, Craig, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Yes.
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to Craig for an explanation. We'll do a public comment on the one resolution, but it will encompass all 3, which we will do individually.
Okay.
Sound good?
All right.
Good. Craig?
So good afternoon for the last time today. Chair Schofield, members of the board, Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services. As Chair Schofield mentioned, we have 3 contracts in front of you today for our strategic planning efforts. Proactive strategic planning efforts for emergency preparedness are so important to prevent potential injuries to people, damage to property, or harm to the overall environment. Our office is constantly assessing the potential risks and consequences of incidents that could result from exposure to a variety of hazardous situations. The contracts and planning efforts that you have before you today are really key to our county's roadmap to resilience. To say I'm proud of these 2 ladies that are about to present to you is an understatement, but I am very proud to introduce 2 staff that are a powerful force in this effort and to give you an overview of these strategic planning efforts. Alex Keeble-Toll is our Senior Administrative Analyst, and Alessandra Zambrano is our County Wildfire Coordinator within the Office of Emergency Services. Alex.
Good afternoon, Chair Schofield and members of the board. As Craig mentioned, I'm Alex Keeble-Toll, joined by Alessandra Zambrano. The 3 strategic plans that we are presenting on today are the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan Update, the Community Wildfire Protection Plan Update, and the Evacuation Study. In sum, these planning efforts directly advance the 2023 board objective through all hazards planning that improves our ability to prepare for and respond to disaster. As you will hear, these planning efforts involve working closely with residents and community partners to ensure that the hazards we face are articulated accurately, that priorities are identified collaboratively, and that the resultant recommendations are actionable. While the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan Update operates at the zoomed out scale of all hazards, our remaining 2 strategic planning efforts drill deeper into the focus of wildfire, including opportunities and constraints around improving evacuation routes across the county. It is our intent and our hope that these plans will be tools we can use to take action, certainly at the county level, but equally important all the way down to the individual level by supporting activities like defensible space, programs like green waste, and outcomes like the perpetuation of fire-safe land stewardship ethics. To quickly revisit the 2023 goals of the Office of Emergency Services, work on developing strategic plans was one of those goals. The strategic planning efforts presented today will furthermore support OES and entities across the county in making informed decisions around the scale of the projects to pursue, the entities to partner with, and the state and federal grant opportunities that most closely align with the work that needs to get done. So where are we, and where do we need to go? Effective plans allow us to answer these questions. They give us an opportunity to establish baseline or existing conditions, the where are we, and look ahead to what characteristics account for a resilient Nevada County in the face of the hazards that are prevalent, including wildfire. As you saw in the previous presentation about winter storm, this year, disruption can happen at any time. If we carefully analyze the type of hazards, the likelihood of impacts, and create dynamic, community-driven plans predicated on prevention, mitigation, and education at all scales, we are creating a roadmap to resilience. Community engagement is key to this effort. The County Wildfire Coordinator has done outreach to over 200 unique stakeholders since last fall. This includes NGOs like the South Yuba River Citizens League, Sierra Streams Institute, Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation, Firewise communities and road associations on both sides of the summit, water providers like Nevada Irrigation District, private entities like Sierra Pacific Industries, utilities like Tahoe Truckee Public Utilities District, all to better understand how they're impacted by hazards, what projects they're implementing now, and what still needs to be done. So let's dive into the components of our roadmap to resilience. The roadmap consists of 3 core plans, as mentioned: the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan, the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and the Evacuation Study. The Land Management Plan is an independent and important part of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, so we're going to touch on this plan as well today. A future RFP will be released for a consultant to prepare the Land Management Plan, and that recommendation will be brought to the board at a later date. The takeaway is that these plans are not going to be developed in silos. The strategic objectives that are articulated in each will have the benefit of cross-pollination with the other plans. So, for example, the Wildfire Hazard Assessment developed for the Community Wildfire Protection Plan will be pulled across into the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. And the priorities cited in the Evacuation Study will be pulled across into the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. Each plan will benefit from the technical expertise being deployed to the other respective plans, resulting in a holistic, consistent, and long-range vision for our community. So what is resilience? What is it we're hoping to achieve? Resilience is the ability to respond to and recover from disturbance. It can be thought of as elasticity. A rubber band is, in a literal sense, resilient because you can stretch it out, and that stretching won't break it, it'll bounce back. So this graphic here illustrates the principle of resilience using the example of wildfire. This community had invested in their capacity to be resilient, so when wildfire struck, they were at a high level of preparedness. They were ready to protect what they valued. After the wildfire, their capacity dropped. They were in response. But they did not dip below the tipping point into the zone of permanent loss. Because this community had prepared, they recovered, and they bounced back. That's what we're hoping to achieve. So step 1 in our roadmap to resilience is the 10,000-foot level, the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan update. This is a multi-jurisdictional plan that addresses all hazards countywide, including wildfire. Jurisdictions included in this effort are County of Nevada, City of Grass Valley, City of Nevada City, Town of Truckee, Nevada Irrigation District, Truckee-Donner Public Utility District, and Washington Water District. The effort will update Nevada County's 2017 Local Hazard Mitigation Plan by reevaluating hazard and priority using the best available science and integrating the 2018 FEMA opportunities for improvement. This effort is supported by the Wildfire Hazard Assessment that is also a component of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, or CWPP. And an important outcome of this updated plan is that it allows us to access FEMA Hazard Mitigation, or HMGP funds. This is being funded, in fact, by FEMA HMGP. The recommended consultant for this effort is Tetra Tech, and we expect to complete this effort May of 2024. The Community Wildfire Protection Plan drills down into the specific hazard of wildfire as referenced in the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. The CWPP provides a functional countywide roadmap for wildfire mitigation. It articulates the hazards that we face within our county and what is at risk. And more importantly, it allows us to prioritize what's important to us and to focus on protecting these things. The CWPP has widespread utility, and it will be a strategic guide for a multitude of county stakeholders, positioning NGOs, public utilities, Firewise communities, agencies, and others to design and implement projects that are responsive to wildfire and forest health objectives. The Community Wildfire Protection Plan update is funded by the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Program, or CWDG. It will be supported by a California Fire Safe Council grant as match. The recommended consultant for this work is DUDEC, and the expected date of completion is December 2024. The Land Management Plan is one of the 5 phases of the CWPP, and it's specifically responsive to the CWPP requirement that the CWPP put forward best management practices. It will consist of a toolbox of regionally specific and technically vetted best practices for wildfire mitigation treatments that can be deployed at multiple scales, from the individual landowner on up through the NGO who wants to implement across thousands of acres. As part of this effort, the land management plan is funded by the CWDG grant program as well. And as mentioned, we'll be releasing an RFP, identifying a qualified consultant, and bringing a recommendation to the board, ideally this fall. Finally, the most specific of the OES strategic planning efforts is the evacuation study, which consists of 3 parts. It will be 2 appendices in the study itself. Appendix A will document the input that the county receives from community members about the evacuation constraints they face. These community concerns are important for OES to reference when developing future grants so that we can be responsive to place-based need. Appendix B will consist of a wildfire and traffic modeling analysis led by LADRIS. LADRIS will model and rank a range of evacuation scenarios across the county to identify areas of greatest concern. For the study itself, a licensed traffic engineer and certified fire behavior analyst will conduct fire behavior and traffic analysis of the highest priority areas or scenarios that are outcomes of the LADRIS analysis. The actionable result will be the identification of top priority projects that can be articulated to grant funders. By having these 2 appendices, we're putting ourselves in a position to, after those priority projects are implemented, to revisit the appendices and see where we go next. The evacuation study is funded by a $135,000 CAL FIRE grant with 1-to-1 match. The recommended consultant for this work is Pyro Analysis, and the estimated completion date is February of 2024. So now that you have a broad overview of the various components of the Roadmap to Resilience, it's my pleasure to hand this presentation off to my colleague Alessandro Zambrano, who will be going more in depth around our Community Wildfire Protection Plan, what it is not, and why we're so excited to be embarking on this important strategic planning exercise for ensuring that Nevada County is not just ready for, but resilient in the face of wildfire.
Thank you, Alex. So first of all, I'd just like to start off by establishing what exactly a CWPP is, also known as a Community Wildfire Protection Plan. So CWPPs were a framework that was created through the Healthy Forest Restoration Act, also known as HEFRA, which is a federal piece of legislation. And they were designed to help communities understand their wildfire risk, take ownership of that risk, and then to use the CWPP framework to create a plan for addressing it. And they're really intending to identify and prioritize areas for wildfire mitigation actions based on what the community needs. They're a very versatile planning document because they're able to adapt to the community that is using them and the scale at which they need to operate to be functional. They are truly intended to be created by the communities in which they are supposed to serve. So a CWPP creates a collaborative wildfire planning document, and the collaborative component is really important. We recognize that no one agency or entity can do this on their own. We have to work together if we're going to accomplish our goal. And in truth, they create this roadmap for wildfire mitigation, really laying out where we need to go and what we need to accomplish. They have to consider the multiple scales of hazard and risk. As you've heard from us, it's not enough to just look at the landscape level. We have to zoom out as far as we're going to zoom in. And you have to identify and prioritize areas for mitigation. We have to decide where it's going to be the most important and strategic to go first, not only based on science, but based on the things that we care about. A CWPP does not create a rule, and nor does it create a law. It cannot be used to influence fire insurance. It does not create a CEQA document, nor does it create environmental analysis. And finally, they do not mandate what should or should not be done. In its totality, a CWPP is a strategic, collaborative, and educational planning tool for at-risk communities. HEFRA has 4 main requirements for CWPPs. 1 is that they have to include regional collaboration. 2 is that they have to identify and prioritize areas for mitigation actions. 3 is that they have to identify strategies for reducing structural ignitability. And 4, they have to identify best management practices for reducing wildfire risk. With that in mind, we created a CWPP update plan that is really going to be more than just a document. It was our goal that this would not be another planning document that sat on a shelf. We recognize that Nevada County is not the only entity that needs this document. Our community needs it, and we wanted to create something that would be dynamic and it would serve them. To do this, we designed a 5-phase approach to meet our goal. Our first is outreach. We have a specific outreach and engagement strategy just for the CWPP that dovetails into OES's 2023 outreach and engagement strategy. 2 is our wildfire risk assessment, which will look at wildfire risks specific to our fire environment, recognizing our rural challenges, and that we have to look at it from the landscape and community scale. 3 is the land management plan. As you heard me mention, HEFR requires that we identify best management practices for reducing wildfire risk, so it was strategic to pull the land management plan across into the CWPP as well. 4th is the CWPP document in itself. And then 5 is our CWPP dashboard, which will be an interactive and dynamic dashboard that anyone from an individual to an agency could use to understand their wildfire hazard and wildfire risk, and use that information to create projects and increase our pace and scale as we move towards resiliency. We anticipate this will be an 18-month program. This is the overall flow chart for the CWPP process, starting with initial outreach and then rolling into our wildfire hazard assessment, which, as we mentioned, will also support the local hazard mitigation plan update. Then into value prioritization, where we inventory our high-value resources and assets at risk, and we'll be supporting that with our community survey and stakeholder engagement. And this will be rolled into the wildfire risk assessment, which will also be supported by community workshops across the county, so we can get a sense of what the community sees as being an important priority for wildfire risk protection. This will all come together in the draft CWPP document, which will be released for a public review period before finally rolled out as the final CWPP. We are currently in the wildfire hazard and wildfire risk assessment phase of this process. So before I jump into how we're accomplishing those 2 assessments, I wanted to quickly establish the difference between hazard and risk and why it's important for us in the CWPP to consider both. We often use these terms interchangeably when they mean 2 really different things. So with wildfire hazard, we're really just talking about how potential fire behavior may occur on a landscape. And there are only 3 factors when we talk about wildfire hazard: topography, climate, and fuel. Those are the only things that influence how a fire burns across a landscape. But when we talk about wildfire risk, we look at that fire hazard and we ask ourselves, how likely is that to occur? And then we ask ourselves, what are we at risk of losing? How vulnerable are we to that wildfire impact? So we use wildfire hazard to understand our fire environment, and we use wildfire risk to decide what we should protect based on what we think is important. So in order to do this, we've designed a wildfire risk assessment that has 2 separate modeling components that stand alone and work together. 1 is the wildfire hazard assessment, and 2 is the wildfire risk assessment. Each one will be specific to Nevada County's wildfire challenges, again recognizing the differences in our fire environment across our county and our unique rural challenges that we face. They will operate both on the landscape and community scale, and for this assessment, we've divided the county into 4 forecast zones. These forecast zones were created using 2 different components. 1 being fire environment, recognizing that we have a vastly different fire environment as you move across the county. What drives fire hazard in Higgins-Penn Valley is incredibly different than what drives fire hazard in Truckee-Donner. But we didn't want to make these divisions based on fire environment alone. We recognize that with the risk component, it's really important for us to also understand what communities value and what they see as being important. So as we created these boundaries, we were cognizant to community identity and community boundary, and really focused on trying to make sure, wherever possible, we were not bisecting communities. We did this closely with CAL FIRE to make sure we are being consistent with how they look at fire modeling and dividing the county for the unit plan and for best modeling practices. The wildfire hazard assessment will be the fire behavior modeling component of the risk assessment. It used comparative hazard analysis, and the reason we chose to use this type of analysis is because when 92% of your county is in high or very high fire hazard severity zone, how do you pick where to go first? So by using a comparative hazard analysis, we're able to determine hazard priorities. We worked collaboratively with CAL FIRE, specifically with the Assistant Unit Chief Landon Hack and the Unit Forester Steve Garcia, to make sure that we were being consistent with how they approach fire modeling for the unit plan, and that we were following best modeling practices and being consistent with the fire environment that we live in. We wrapped up these results in April, and we'll be rolling them out with our fire chiefs meeting in the coming June. The wildfire risk assessment, we use fire risk modeling to determine priority areas based on wildfire risk. It uses the results from the hazard assessment and then overlays that with our high-value resources and assets at risk so we can assess their vulnerability to negative wildfire impact. We will also be supporting this with our Community Wildfire Protection Plan survey so that we can capture those community values, the reasons why we live here, and the things we don't want to lose from fire. The final product of the wildfire risk assessment will be the project priority areas, which will be geographically delineated areas that are prioritized for wildfire risk reduction activities and are able to accomplish multiple benefits. This assessment is currently in progress. So as you've heard throughout our presentation, the community is an absolutely crucial element of this process. It's why we worked so hard in advance to establish the priorities and concerns before we even kicked this off. It's why we developed a robust outreach and engagement strategy that was specific to the CWPP, but also complemented our existing one for OES. There will be multiple opportunities for the public to participate along the way. Some of these are our survey to support the risk assessment, the workshops, which will be virtual and in person across the county, and opportunities for public comment on the document itself. Our next step is to launch our community survey so we can establish wildfire risk and understand the priorities our community sees in wanting to protect from wildfire. The survey will be available online from June 1st to August 31st in both English and Spanish, and it will be supported by a robust social media campaign, and it will also be available in person at all of our outreach events this summer, which, as many of you know, there are many. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Alex to close this out.
All righty. We just wanted to end by offering you contact information for the OES leads for each of the 3 strategic plans that we've discussed today in case folks have additional questions and want to reach out. We encourage everyone to sign up to attend virtual office hours. These are bi-weekly opportunities hosted by myself and Alessandra. We will be providing updates as the strategic planning process progresses, and we'll also provide specific presentations as we move through that process. For community members interested in having their evacuation concerns and priorities integrated into that appendix of the evacuation study, we encourage you to email OES with those priorities. We are asking Firewise communities to work together to identify community-level priorities and email those to us as one set of priorities. Finally, as Alessandra mentioned, take the CWPP survey, available in Spanish and English, in virtual and hard copy forms, so that we can ensure equitable access to this important planning process. And with that, thanks for listening to us for so long. I know it's a lot, but we've got some really great strategic planning efforts happening.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alessandra. Who'd like to start? Heidi?
Wow, thank you. What an excellent, excellent presentation, both of you and Craig. Thank you for allowing them to make this presentation. It's really a lot of information. It's comprehensive. It's a little complex, but I'm looking forward to seeing all the results. I have a couple of questions for each of these different plans. I think I'll just start going backwards because I've been jotting notes down. So the very last thing you mentioned that, so I was wondering with your outreach events, are you coinciding them with Firewise community events? There's a lot coming up, and that would be an ideal place to take input from the community. Are you able to do that? I mean, it would be completely separate. That would, I guess, I see you need to do workshops separately, but if you have like a table at the Firewise community events, that's where you're going to get the best input, I think, from a lot of folks.
So to answer your question, so we have many different outreach events, and some of them are working specifically with Firewise communities. Great. And we really plan to tote this survey around everywhere OES is going this summer. We've already done 77 events this year, and we're only in May, so I think we'll be at a lot of different communities. We also plan to push the survey out with the social media kit, which will go to the Firewise communities so that they can leverage that information and distribute it through their networks as well. So we really plan on plastering the entire county as much as possible with this survey.
That's great. Thank you. That's perfect. And then you mentioned that you're wanting each Firewise community to come forward with sort of a or it's group recommendation for the evacuation routes. Some of these communities are very large and they may have a couple of routes. That's okay. You just want them to kind of all stand behind together, however.
Yeah, absolutely. That's completely appropriate. Really what we're hoping is that if folks are in a Firewise community and as a community they've already put thought into what their evacuation constraints are, that they're coming together as a community and presenting those as a complete package. Certainly we're going to have areas across the county where there's not that organizing force. And in that case, we don't want to preclude those folks who don't have an organizing force from also articulating their concerns. But when we think about an organized community like UBET, where OES has been out there, we've driven around with Kristen, we know what those different concerns are, having them bundled will just be more effective for us to take that information in.
Okay. Can you go back to the zone map for a second? Thank you. Are these contiguous with some of our district boundaries? Like I'm looking for Nevada City in here and I'm looking at that blue, what is that? It's not Scotts Flat Lake, by the word Nevada.
So
trying to figure out where my district is here.
No problem. So in fire modeling practices, you make your forecast zones based on your fire environment because you want to make sure you're applying the correct type of weather scenario to the model. So if we were to follow district boundaries, for example, we may inappropriately tell the model types of weather that doesn't actually occur in that particular area. Just for example, for District 5, the fire environment on the east side of Donner Pass is really different than the fire environment on the west side of Donner Pass. And so it was really important that we really recognized that there's different fire environments, and we wanted to produce a model result that was informative, but we also were trying to be as strategically as closely as we could to respect these community boundaries. So again, for example, in District 5, you'll notice that it does actually include communities that are technically west of the Donner Summit because we clipped it to the Truckee Fire Protection District boundary because that's where the majority of residents lie, and it didn't make sense to exclude them when their community identity tends to be associated with the Truckee-Donner area.
So for District 1, for Nevada City, is that all in this Grass Valley, Nevada City forecast zone or mostly?
So, mostly the District 1's boundary where the green line is mostly delineated by the Tahoe National Forest since you have a really significant fuel difference once you hit the Tahoe National Forest. But the majority of Nevada City will be in the Grass Valley, Nevada City forecast zone.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I think this is just being new for us to get used to, but I'm glad you're following the science. That's absolutely what I think we want you to do. Just a couple more. So on the evacuation route planning project, I have no questions. I think just that is what I'm most anxious to see get going. And I'm sure you're hearing that from others too. So we don't know yet exactly what we're going to do with it once it's done. I'm assuming we'll take a look at the result and figure out where we're going to put our next efforts and resources. I mean, I think one of the significant issues is going to be how many private roads or bits of private roads are these evacuation routes that are also in poor condition, and how are we going to handle those? That's, you know, if you look at it as an evacuation issue only, it's going to be high priority, but when you see the mix of private and public and the mess that they're in, and, you know, that's going to be tricky. So do we have any view of where that's going, or are we just sort of waiting to see what comes out of the report?
So to be perfectly honest, the budget for the evacuation study is very limited in terms of how much work we need to accomplish. So it was a very ambitious project that was put forward, and $135,000 isn't a lot to get a lot of work done. And so the reason why we broke that study into having the two appendices in addition to the study itself was so that we could capture as much information as we possibly could on a limited effort. So to your point, the specific deliverables of the evacuation study will be that robust modeling conducted by our recommended consultant pyroanalysis for about 5 of the top priority areas that emerge from a countywide analysis that Ladris will be doing as one of the appendices. Those 5 analyses will essentially be shovel-ready-ish projects, and they will focus on primary ingress and egress. And there probably, in all likelihood, won't be a ton of private roads, if at all, included in that, because that's not what's going to rise to the fore. But because we know from all of our outreach in the community that private roads are critical to address, we are doing that appendix where we can pull in as much information from the community as possible, in the hopes that when we're developing other projects in OES, so for instance, shaded fuel break projects, we can pull from that appendix and weave those pieces in at any and all opportunities. Then, once we've been able to implement those top 5 projects that come out of the evacuation study, we will essentially have these backup documents that we can go back to and pull the next 5 and do another robust analysis and move on. So it's limited, and then also trying to capture as much information as we possibly can.
So my hope is that we're then going to be going out for additional grants to do the more robust, okay. And I guess I wonder how we made that decision, if I guess it was available grants, but I would have loved to see more money put in there if it was needed. So I don't know if that's.
My hunch is it was based on the funding source it was put forward to, which was a very limited program through California Fire Safe Council that was then funded by CAL FIRE itself.
Okay.
And so that was the funding that was available. I know in looking at historic grants, it looks like Nevada County has sought repeatedly to get funding for this effort. It was before my time, so I don't have that institutional knowledge, but I know that at the very least, this study will position us well to go after future grants to get ourselves to where we need to be for resilience.
Okay, I guess that would be sort of my feeling of a priority at this point, because I feel like we're really on track with everything else, but this is sort of a new effort and we have a lot of catching up to do on that one. I think I have just one more, Chair, if that's okay. This is moving off of wildfire. Thank you, Craig, for responding to my emails this last weekend and week. I was looking at the hazardous hazard mitigation. No, there's so many plans. Yeah, the hazard mitigation plan. Because I was curious outside of wildfire, because it does say it includes wildfire. What other things does it cover? And I saw that it's storm and floods and debris, and I saw also that we have added and changed categories over the years. What I didn't see anything in there was from mines, and I was particularly interested in, first of all, some mine waste that we have left over from old mines, bigger mines, and then also, BLM has this great list of abandoned mines, these small sort of one-off tiny mines that they're working on cleaning up that cause hazards, both poisons in the atmosphere, but also safety hazards, people stumbling into them. And I don't know if we have ever looked at those or done that. So would that be in this plan? And if it should be, why is it not? Or where else would it be?
Sure. So when we're talking about abandoned mines in Nevada County, we're talking about 2 different types of mining that have 2 different types of hazards associated with them. When we're talking about hard rock mines, we're talking about gold-bearing ore that was brought up from below ground. Not to get too technical, but it has high sulfides and high heavy metals, and when that's exposed to air and water, it creates sulfuric acid, which dissolves the heavy metals, and they get into the water, and that's what we see at Magenta Drain, for instance, at Empire Mine. So for those hazards, we're looking at mine waste and then potential for water quality impacts. That is integrated into the local hazard mitigation plan through inclusion of the Department of Toxic Substance Control's EnviroStore sites, which are toxic sites, often brownfield sites. So for instance, most of the major hard rock mines in Nevada County show up in EnviroStore, like Idaho, Maryland, Empire Mine, kind of the whole gamut there.
Lava Cap. It's a Superfund
Lava
site.
Cap, which is a National Priority List Superfund site, Zyberite, all the ones that would probably be on your radar in your various districts, those show up in EnviroStore. That data was pulled across into the wildfire hazard assessment so that those areas would be identified as critical areas that we would be aware of in planning. So that's the hard rock mine hazard, and that's how that's pulled across into the local hazard mitigation plan. Hydraulic mines are a different beast, right? So those are the mines where they were washing away the hillsides, trying to access those ancient river gravels, primarily of the ancestral Yuba. If you guys have ever looked at a map of the ancestral Yuba, it basically, runs from where we see Malakoff Diggins hydraulic mine site all the way across Scotts Flat to Ubet to Dutch Flat, and it's basically all the hydraulic mines, boom, 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 across there. With the hydraulic mines, the concern is erosion. So these are landscapes that are prone to mass wasting. And there is typically a lot of particulate-bound elemental mercury in those landscapes that runs off into watersheds, creating a different kind of water quality issue. Those are captured as a hazard under landslides in the local hazard mitigation plan. And that was captured under landslides and debris flow in the previous plan and will be captured again in this plan. In addition, in the wildfire hazard assessment, that data is captured because basically you can delineate hydraulic mines based on soil type, because it was a very specific type of ancient ancestral gravels that those sites were essentially sought for. And so that's how that particular hazard gets pulled across into the local hazard mitigation plan. And it's a really good point. There's a lot of abandoned mines across Nevada County. There are a couple of other good sources for identifying where they are. The principal areas of mine pollutions, PAMPs, and then topographic, I think it's information, TOMS. PAMPs and TOMS are kind of the two big ones. The problem with using those for a hazard analysis is that they show you mines irrespective of kind, and it could be a mine or a mine feature. And so it tells you where these things are, but it doesn't really tell you what they are. And so you can't really assess the level and degree of risk based on that.
I am really glad we have someone here who understands all of this. It's a fantastic answer. Just a quick follow-up. So the landslide, I did see the landslides in that matrix that's in the front of the hazardous plan. I didn't see anything that would lead you to the hard rock mine issue. Where would, like if you were just looking at that index, that matrix to say, where am I going to find this? What would that be under?
Correct. So for the 2017 local hazard mitigation plan, it doesn't show up in that matrix. For the plan update we're doing, because we're pulling in a place-based wildfire hazard assessment, the hard rock mines will get pulled across by inclusion of those data from DTSC's EnviroStore site. So that's how that's going to come across. And certainly this is a concern that we could flag with the consultant, because it is one of those really unique rural issues that is indicative of Nevada County that not all consultants are familiar with, although I know Tetra Tech has done mine cleanups in Nevada County, so it shouldn't be totally foreign to them.
Yeah, it would be great to have it listed so it was obvious to someone looking that they didn't have to find it through a wildfire plan. And then I'm assuming that everything that's in our plan, we are also tracking from the county. So I know the state and the feds are tracking with their tracking systems, but do we also, as we go through the plan, track so we're making sure they're doing what they're supposed to on with all these hazardous sites? Is that unclear?
Sorry, I guess I would ask you to clarify who you mean by the they in your question.
So there's, we're listing these sites, these places that are proposed hazards, and then we need to be aware of them at all times. So when it comes to like mine waste or abandoned mines, because the state has the system, doesn't mean we're just saying, if you want to know about that, go to the state. Do we also have someone here who's aware of, for example, the mine waste sites in this county and what's happening with them?
I mean, to the extent that when our new local hazard mitigation plan is developed, the consultant will be using a tool that's called the BAT tool, which I found to be very amusing, actually. It creates a tracking tool for hazards that have been identified and then the mitigation plans for those. So I think we're hopeful that with this new technology, there'll be a robust way to track what we've identified and then what those mitigation efforts are. And that feeds into tracking when you apply for hazard mitigation grant program funding and the status of those different types of projects. So that would be my answer to that.
Great.
And then in addition, the CWPP dashboard will have data layers on it. And so part of the intent in having a dashboard is to allow people who want to plan for specific objectives. So for instance, if I wanted to plan a project that benefited forest health, but also I wanted to be mindful of water quality, I might be interested in a sense of where the hydraulic mines fit within my forest health project and what the potential impacts to water quality through that implementation might be. So we've got a great suite of tools coming on board that I think will facilitate some of the tracking and awareness that you're hoping for.
Thank you so much. I'm really impressed with your knowledge and really grateful that we have that here in the county. Thank you so much. I'd love to delve into some of this more at another time. Thank you.
Well, I was impressed. Lisa, no questions? Sue?
I don't either, but great presentation. And I watch you girls in action. You do a great job, so keep up the good work.
Marty?
Thanks, great presentation. There's a lot of info here. I appreciate you putting it all together. Supervisor Hall asked one of my questions. One of my questions was on the local hazard mitigation plan, wait, I got two things overlapped here, I'm sorry. How about, I'll go to my next one. On the community wildfire protection plan, how does the town's planning effort and the Placer County and Sierra County and Fire Safe Council, how did all those fit together?
So for the town's planning effort, I've worked pretty closely with Eric from Truckee Fire Protection District. We've been talking a lot how to make sure that our plans are complementary. And really what the approach we're going for is that the Nevada County plan will provide the county level umbrella in which we will focus on wildfire, and the Truckee Fire CWPP will provide that granular, very specific level priorities to their district. We will be including theirs in ours as an appendix because we don't want to preclude anything that they identify, and we're also going to be working collaboratively with that as well to make sure that we're being consistent as we both move through this process. Both Alex and I are also a part of the project team for the Truckee Fire CWPP.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then does the Fire Safe Council have another similar or community wildfire protection plan being developed? Is there anything in parallel, working in parallel there?
Supervisor, they are working on a update to the existing plan that we have, tied to near-term initiatives and potential funding solutions. So essentially, our efforts are combined, and we're communicating as far as strategy and planning and projects and evaluations, as I mentioned throughout the presentation.
Feeding into this plan, which is essentially comprehensive, overall, completely redone, top to bottom.
Correct, Supervisor.
Okay, thank you. I finally deciphered my chicken scratch notes. On the local hazard mitigation plan, I was meeting with CAL FIRE last week, and they had their hazard mitigation plan or ignition prevention plan that kind of informs their grant funding prioritization. I was wondering, does our LHMP integrate anything with CAL FIRE's priorities? And maybe I'm not using the right vernacular, but it's essentially their unit plan, right, for NYP.
So to the extent that our local hazard mitigation plan is pulling across our wildfire hazard assessment that we've developed in conjunction with CAL FIRE in terms of their buy-in that the process is sound and that all the modeling effort is sound, that information is pulled across. Their unit plan is more designed around ignition management, and I can let Alessandra speak to this more because she's definitely the expert in the room. But basically, those objectives overall based on the wildfire landscape of Nevada County are pulled across. And OES always looks at multiple plans, and most funders are going to ask about multiple plans. So even though CAL FIRE may be developing their priorities based on their ignition management plans, they still may ask questions in their funding applications about consistency with a CWPP, consistency with a local hazard mitigation plan, consistency with other state and federal level plans. So I would say, yes, that information is being pulled across, and in addition, we'll have access to multiple additional plans to support any priorities that emerge.
And grant funding. Yeah, thank you. I think you answered my question, because when I was in the meeting, I said, hey, how do we get into that plan? Like, how do I get something for Canyon Springs, for example, on the eastern edge of the county into that plan? So they had some answers for me, and now you've, I think, connected the dots for me on how the county connects to that and uses it. Thank you. And then on the landscape management plan, I know that it is the whole county in the blue section in Eastern County. Will it be specific? Will it be specific to those 4 zones?
So the land management plan is less specific to the 4 zones and more specific to specific features that would result in one or another treatment type being the most appropriate. So the idea behind the land management plan is essentially to provide a toolbox of best practices that will support folks in implementation of forest health or wildfire mitigation projects from the individual landowner on up through someone operating at the scale of thousands of acres. So to give an example, the land management plan might have something like locally vetted best practices for fuel mitigation in an oak woodland. And it might say things like, make sure that you're removing trees within so many feet of an oak that has a diameter at breast height of a specific, size, and that you might not want to disturb the drip line of those oaks. That information is information that if I was a nonprofit and I wanted to write a wildfire mitigation project grant for that type of landscape, I could pull that information in and say, this is the treatment that I'm going to use because it's been locally vetted by technical experts. It makes sense. If I'm an individual landowner working on my 1 acre of oak woodland, that information is equally useful because it allows me to implement an effective treatment practice under a very small land stewardship. So it's less about the forecast zones with the land management plan and more about things like vegetation assemblages, slope, topography, different features that would result in a specific type of treatment being effective and sound.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. 2 more things and then I'll be quiet. Thank you. The community survey, I just had a quick question because sometimes in Eastern County, when you talk about doing surveys, if you don't make it specific to the Eastern County portion or that blue area, for example, if you asked, talk to me about what's important to you about hazard mitigation in Nevada County, you're not going to get a high yield like survey result. But if you talked about what's important to you for the town of Truckee or what's important to you for Higgins Corner or Grass Valley or Nevada City, I guess my question is the survey going to be unique to different areas, or is it just going to be posted on the Ready Nevada County site and one survey is one survey?
So for what the survey needs to accomplish, it has to be pretty broad to the county, but that's also why we're supporting this with the specific engagement initiatives across the county, though through our outreach, through our connections. Like I said, we'll be distributing it very widely with our partners. But that's also why we have these community workshops. So the community workshops are the opportunities for those forecast zone specific communities to come forth and say what their priorities are for their area. Again, it was why we were really careful with those boundaries. And so those community workshops, we anticipate approximately 2 in each forecast zone, though those numbers can change, both virtual and in person, to capture, especially in our areas where we have a lot of recreational resources, the full-time and part-time residents. So yeah, they'll have that opportunity through those workshops to really dial into their community-specific focuses, and the survey will give us more of the county-level priorities.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, perfect. And then I would just offer that I'll help in any way we can to promote that information. Some parts of the county get more involved or engaged than others. And I'll say one more thing, and then I'm definitely going to stop. I met with Sierra Pacific Industries last week in advance of the Fire Safe Council meeting I had on Friday, because they're a huge landowner and they have a couple sections of ground right next to Truckee there. And it was interesting because I did not find a lot of similarity threaded through the conversation that I had with SPI with our partners at the Fire Safe Council and CAL FIRE. And it's not to say that they don't understand what they're doing, but SPI is talking about putting $10 million worth of defensible space and fuels modification work into their land that buffers and interfaces with our land. That's a lot of resources. And they talked about what they're doing. And so I would just encourage you, because we do have so many institutions, large industrial type of land uses here in Nevada County, to really reach out to those partners, because in my opinion, ignition in the recreation areas, at least in my district, is going to come from areas either on Forest Service or near those industrial timber production zone lands. So it was interesting because I didn't see a lot of overlap and connection there, but I hope there's more in the future.
Yeah, to that end, I'll just say that we had the opportunity to meet with some folks at SPI last week because some of their project work they're working on has a nexus with the South Yuba Rim Hazardous Fuels Reduction Project. And it does seem like there's a lot of wonderful space to work in there. They have different objectives for land management, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to take us all, irrespective of our specific ideologies around the land management. And I think something that we felt was most promising is that they are interested in working with BLM to figure out how they could work on BLM properties that are nested within SPI. And for Alessandra and I, always wanting to figure out how to connect the dots. How do you just connect the dots and connect all those pieces together into contiguous zones of protection? It was an exciting conversation to have.
Yeah, and they talked about connecting roads to open space, to utility line easements, really trying to capitalize on those polygons that are existing fuel reduction zones. So thanks for making that connection, and great work on the presentation.
Yeah, good presentations, and I apologize for this, but I'm going to ask to clarify a little bit here, because we're being asked to approve 3 resolutions with 3 different companies, and I'm sure you've explained it already, but are these individual contracts? Are they doing individual? Are they going to be melded together somehow? No. Okay.
No. So we presented all 3 strategic plans kind of as a package
I see.
Of a roadmap to resilience, because what we were hoping your takeaway would be that it's a fantastic opportunity to be doing all 3 of these strategic planning efforts at the same time, because we really get to break down those silos and pull the information across. But it is 3 separate contracts with 3 separate entities with 3 separate grant funding sources associated with each. So I can quickly recap. The Community Wildfire Protection Plan is being funded by the Community Wildfire Defense Grant Program, and the contractor in question is DUDEC. The Local Hazard Mitigation Plan is being funded by FEMA HMGP, and the contractor in question is Tetra Tech. And the evacuation study is being funded by CAL FIRE, and the contractor in question is Pyroanalysis.
Okay, and does the community survey benefit all of them?
The community survey is specific to the Community Wildfire Protection Plan effort, although it's entirely possible we'll learn things that will be useful to the other efforts. It is for the CWPP.
Okay, so then I see this as an opportunity to have all 3. That's great. I do have one question, though, on the evacuation. Heidi's comment about your response that there's not a lot of money in there. I mean, that's really kind of disappointing in that, I mean, that's the area that we really tend to look at as the evacuation. I guess my question is, I know there's been studies done, but I don't know that I've really seen any results of them. I think the Transportation Commission did one. I think there's been college groups that have come in. I've sat in on workshops. Are we able to use those materials?
Yep, you're correct. The Nevada County Transportation Commission, their study was actually called Ready Nevada County, and then it had a
Yes,
lot
it was.
after it.
Yes. Yes.
And that study did a fantastic analysis of evacuation-limited communities, and it has a really great appendix of the communities in Nevada County that only have one way in and out. Our contractor has been specifically instructed to pull down all of that information and essentially do a really robust review of all the existing literature, again, with the intent in mind to take that $135,000 and stretch it as far as we possibly can by leveraging the work that others have done recently.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alexander, again. Public comment on this, please? Jamie? No, come on.
My name's Kristen Cook. I head up the UBET Firewise group. First, a quick comment, mostly for Heidi. The collaboration that was spoken about early on when Alex was saying it'd be great if Firewise communities kind of come together with a single package. Greenhorn, UBET, and Banner have already started that process, mostly led by Mo Graber and Paul Tebble. And so we are looking, and thank you for driving that, we're all looking at, we are sort of the eastern, protection for Nevada City and Grass Valley, and as the Greenhorn and Bear River goes, so goes the rest if the wind's coming from that way. So we are in dialogue, but we are just neighbors, so we don't have the expertise that this room has, so we're doing the best we can. So the comment. For the evacuation study, I can't imagine having to tackle it. It's going to be like this web of crazy roads and everything like that, so I give you guys kudos for all the work that you've done thus far, and thank you for the potential evac route map for UBET. My comments are twofold. One is I have often talked to people about the evacuations in Nevada County. It seems like we're, excuse the word, we're very incestuous. We continue to look at how can I connect Greenhorn to UBET, which is just going to exacerbate the problem of the 2.5 miles of UBET residents coming off of UBET, right? So my ask is that the study include the concept of net new evacuation routes. We're not all racing down the 49 like we did for the river fire, right? So where is it possible to create, maybe it's long-term, but net new evacuation routes? My second one, it's a soapbox that I've been on, and I can look at multiple people in this room I have talked to about this idea over the last couple of years, and it's simple. It's a simple idea, and I know it won't be very popular, but it talks to what Heidi was talking about with private roads, and we don't ever quite get there or get there enough. So my request is to think about private roads the same way you think about a structure. So when we talk about defensible space concepts, home hardening is certainly one of the key ones, but defensible space, we've got it down, 0, 5, 5 to 30, 30 to 100, out to 300 feet. But for those of us who have 5 acres, 15 acres, 20 acres, what happens is the edges of our properties are along the evacuation routes, and there is no public resource code, if that's the right phrase, that addresses this. So the concept is simple. For purposes of road evacuation, consider the road to be under the same standards as defensible space for a structure. So those are my comments, and thank you.
Thank you very much. And a reminder that we're taking public comment on the next 3 resolutions. So is there any other comments? Madam Clerk?
We have no callers, Chair.
Very good. I will close the public comment portion then, and we will bring it back to the board, and we'll begin with our first resolution, which is a contract between Pyroanalysis LCC and Nevada County Office of Emergency Services.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Bullock, seconded Supervisor Hook. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
And District 2?
Yes. Our next resolution is approving a contract between DUDEC and the Nevada County Office of Emergency Services.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Hall.
Second.
Second Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
And District 2?
Yes. And our final resolution is a resolution approving a contract between Terra Tech and Nevada County Office of Emergency Services.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Hall, seconded Supervisor Hook. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
And District 2?
Yes. And thank you very much, Alexandra, Sandra, and Craig.
Chair Schofield, before we go to our next item, I never did get a chance to report out from our closed session, so I'd like to do that.
If you would, thank you.
Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt all of the proceedings, but so the board did meet in closed session, and information was given and direction was given to staff.
Thank you. All right, our next agenda item is an individual board member, 2 board members, Supervisor Swarthout and Supervisor Hook. This is a request to send a letter of opposition to AB 742, proposing to prohibit the use of canines by peace officers for arrest and apprehension or in any circumstances to bite a person, but permits the use of canines for search and rescue, explosive detection, and narcotic detections. Jeff Thornsby?
Good afternoon. I want to make sure, so I'm your senior management analyst, and I'm happy to present on this. I just want to, Supervisor Hook or Supervisor Swarthout, would you like to make any comments beforehand? Or I can just go ahead and provide a summary. All right, perfect. Well, thank you so much, Chair Schofield, honorable members of the board. Today I'm bringing forward a letter of opposition to Assembly Bill 742, by Assembly Member Jackson. So what I'd like to do today is provide a quick overview of existing law, articulate the proposed bill as well as its amendments, their most recent amendments, a potential outline of concerns of an impacts that it could have, its status, and then open it up. I think we do have members of our law enforcement community, including our K-9 unit here available to answer any questions as well. So moving forward, essentially to articulate what existing law, currently existing law authorizes the use of canines in cases where a peace officer who has reasonable cause to believe that a person to be arrested has committed a public offense to use objectively reasonable force to effect the arrest, to prevent escape, or to overcome resistance. And B, to use deadly force when the officer believes, based on the totality of the circumstances, that such force is necessary under certain criteria of the following reasons, so long as this is subject to the action is believed to pose a danger to themselves or others. So that being said, Assemblymember Jackson proposed this bill, which would prohibit the use of canines by police officers for arrest and apprehension, or in any circumstances to bite a person, except for in the case of search and rescue, explosive detection, and narcotics detection. However, that being said, last Thursday, this bill was amended to include certain other allowances should it pass. Those would include to allow the use of canines in the pursuit for a felony that threatened or resulted in the death of or serious bodily injury to another person, and that the person poses an imminent danger of death or seriously bodily injury to the officer or to another person. It would also allow the use of, it also outlines that the death of or serious bodily injury to a person caused by a police canine would constitute deadly force as defined in the penal section 835A and would be attributed to the canine's handler. And then third, the amendment also clarifies that the intent of the bill is to prevent the use of police canines in any form of crowd control or arrest or apprehension of a person, except in the cases that I already outlined above where there is deadly force. And to defend against that, I should say. So that being said, that's currently where the bill, the status of the bill is, it has passed through, it's in the Committee on Appropriations in the Assembly, and it's anticipated to move to the House next, and then to move into the Senate. In consultation on this bill, we worked with our sheriff's office, who is in full opposition of this bill, specifically for a number of reasons. One is particularly in rural counties, in counties where there's a large geographical area of coverage, but with limited capacity or even lower FTEs, if you will, where backup can be a challenge. Canines are especially important use that can help officer safety. Additionally, trained canines are considered a less lethal option for the use of force. I also want to note, and this was noted in the staff report, that the risk manager also identified that canines assist in the reduction of officer injury over time. Combative persons resisting arrest cause more deputy injuries than other types of risk, and the presence of canine units more often deters an altercation with deputies and thereby promotes a peaceful resolution. Also, canine programs play an important role in officer recruitment strategies and also provide important morale for the department. In addition, in speaking with the sheriff regarding the amendments to the bill there from last Thursday, still believes that these are just too narrow and doesn't account for rural law enforcement with limited staffing in large jurisdictional areas of responsibility. So that being said, currently the recommendation would be to a letter of opposition. I will say that in looking at the light of the new changes as amended on May 18th and looking at the letter that was in your board packet that same day, I would anticipate all that language is still applicable. The only thing I would recommend it would be to articulate the letter of opposition as amended in that date. It's important to note that, and just for any bills, any kind of letter of advocacy that we articulate wherever that current bill is as of to date. That being said, that's a brief overview of what this bill is, and I'll kick it back over to the supervisors for any comments. And of course, we do have law enforcement here for any questions.
Look to you, Lisa and Sue. Do you want to do comments? Do you want to introduce? I see we have a canine partner with us here today. Your call.
Do comments, sure. So thank you for that presentation. I appreciate it. So Jeffrey and I were talking in the office one day about some pending legislation that was moving through, and I mentioned this, and he mentioned that Supervisor Hook had actually also been interested in this, and so put together this letter. You know, again, this goes back in my mind to kind of what comes out of the state legislatively oftentimes is a one-size-fits-all. And I really think that while some of the issues that are pertinent to this occur in some larger communities, I don't see that in our community. I look at the canine program as a tool, as a safety tool for our officers, all the things that you stated, as a morale builder, as a community builder. Just a really quick little story. Last summer, through one of the nonprofits that I work with, we put together a kid's birthday party at the fire station that we auctioned off. And as another note, it was with Grass Valley Fire Department, and the canine officer from Grass Valley offered to come in as well. And there was 10 kids there for this birthday party. They thought the fire thing was pretty cool, but once the dog got there, the fire guys were done. And the police officers stole the show, and everybody wanted to pet the dog, and it was just a really great community builder. So I'm a big supporter of our programs, very appreciative for the City of Grass Valley for the Rudiger Foundation, which started this with Rudiger in Nevada City, and then the Sheriff's Office, and I believe state parks also have canines. And I just think it's an important tool that shouldn't be impeded by potentially regulatory process that doesn't understand our community.
Well said, Lisa. I would echo all that. And I think, last week we actually had an example of it right here, that it really kept our officers safe. And I really think that's a key. We don't want to take a tool away in the area where we live in ruralness.
it just really does make a huge difference. So I'll be interested to have you guys' opinion and your thoughts, and then maybe we can talk about it a little bit more.
Okay, Artie?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate you bringing it forward. I was over at the old juvenile hall facility with the sheriff and some other people talking about it. I saw the canine training unit in the back and got to ask a lot of questions about the canine officers and the handling and dogs and other people that come in the community and how they were used, and talked about this legislation. So I was glad you brought it forward. I support it. I support law enforcement. I support use of the canine. I think if you're running from the police, you deserve to get bit by a dog. That's my opinion.
Hey.
Well, I don't agree with that, Hardy. No, I don't have any questions. I appreciate the attention to our needs in the rural counties, and sounds like a good idea.
Oh, thanks. I'm glad. This has been a good conversation. It's amazing. Like, I'm surprised he's usually at training today, I'm pretty sure, right? The amount of time that goes into this, and I would say that our department's done a fabulous job. If you go over to the new dispatch, and you can see that facility that they've put in over there, it's really amazing. And people come from all of our region to practice and do the work that needs to be done to keep these dogs in shape and fit and know the rules. So I just think our officers do a tremendous job, both canine and human. So they're also appreciated. I just want to make sure they keep having this tool to work with.
Yeah, you can come on down. Hey, Vito. Well, hang on just a second. I want to reminisce a little bit, okay? When in my early days in managing the fairgrounds, there was, I'm sure Jeff can recall these days, first of all, the attendance at the fair was much bigger. It was large. And when it came time for closing, you couldn't get people off the grounds. But at that time, we had a canine unit with the sheriff's department, and we worked with them. And the canine officer would peacefully remove everybody, and I mean everybody. Large numbers of people would just begin to peacefully leave the fairgrounds. It was incredible. Now, the other side of it was, we had some very large concerts at that time. One of them was a Grateful Dead concert. And we had a company that came in. We didn't. The contractor did. And he hired a company to bring in dogs to monitor the fence line so that people wouldn't jump the fences. Those dogs were nasty. They were frightening. So I can see some of what is coming out of this, that I assume they would be like military dogs. Am I correct? No, not yours. No, I loved your canines. No. Private security of some kind. They may not even allow them any longer. I mean, they were vicious animals. Hey, that was 40 years ago. All right.
They're such good dogs. That's what's amazing to me, the amount of training that goes into this, and they know how to react. They listen to you. We were, it was fortunate even we had a demonstration at Armed Forces Day with their canine unit. And it's really, like, they can go to work and then they want to play ball. It's really incredible to watch them all in action. And again, a huge shout out to Rudiger, because we have some wonderful canine officers in our community that do their job well. And I think, just like you were talking about, the ability to de-escalate an issue.
Oh my God.
That's huge. Like, sometimes they see you and think, okay, that's not worth the bite. I'm going to behave myself. So we definitely want to keep this tool in our toolbox.
Do we have some public comment on this? Joey, you want to make for Rudiger?
I do. I didn't time this out, so
Oh, go for it,
I
Joey.
always do, but I
You're
didn't.
the end of the
so
day.
I may be a little longer than.
Nobody's paying attention to you anyways, Joey.
This is my world right here. First of all, I really want to thank Supervisor Hook and Supervisor Swarthout for bringing this forward. This is very, very important to me, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue. I'm Joey Jordan. I'm the founding president of the Rudiger Foundation. And in 2015, the Nevada City Police Chief at the time, Tim Foley, approached me because he wanted a K-9 officer, and he lacked the funds to make that possible. We formed what was then unfortunately named the Western Nevada County K-9 Association, and we addressed the need. And now, as you may or may not recall, in 2015, national tensions were escalating between law enforcement and the communities that they serve. And the mayor of Nevada City was jumping on that bandwagon and made national news with her unfortunate comments proclaiming that police had been given a mandate to kill. It was in this environment that we recognized the challenges facing law enforcement, the low pay, the cuts to training budgets, the, thanks to, in part to the mayor, the sinking morale of law enforcement. And despite these realities, we've always enjoyed excellent local law enforcement, and we were determined to find effective ways to bring the policing community and the community that they serve together. And we wanted to do that by providing valuable assets and training to better support law enforcement. And, oh yeah, we wanted to keep our officers safe, and that is really what this is all about. A K-9 officer that would provide law enforcement services as well as work as a public relations tool was what we decided upon. And we did quite a search to find Rudiger. As a matter of fact, before we came up with Rudiger, we hired Jerry Ann Van Dyke to do a drawing of this happy, fuzzy dog with no teeth showing and a little tongue hanging out. And that was how we depicted Rudiger Foundation. It might actually be the way we still do, because we were bringing this tool that could be controversial into the bunny-hugging Nevada City community, and we wanted it to be a very warm reception, which it was. We picked the right dog. That dog, Rudiger, became the first 100% community-funded K-9 officer in America. And he became the ambassador that led the way to what has grown to include 8 local K-9 officers. We never saw that coming. We figured out how to raise money to fund 1, and now we fund 8. So conflict and injury to officers, as well as injury during apprehensions, dropped like a rock the minute Rudiger took to the streets. And you know, someone else can provide you with all the statistics on all of this, but what I can tell you is that that the law enforcement in Nevada City, they had been going out on injuries consistently. Just one had come back and another one would go out because they were getting injured in apprehensions. Somebody looks at an officer and goes, oh yeah, I can kick your ass. Well, they look at the dog and they think a little differently and they don't fight. They just turn around and put their hands behind their backs. Officers weren't getting injured, nor were people being taken into custody. So I think that we can all agree that irresponsible, criminal, and negligent use of a K-9 is completely unacceptable. And admittedly, in the 50s and 60s, that may have been a thing in this country. It absolutely was, and I think we can all admit that. But that is not the scenario that we are in now, and I think that while reparations are really important in a lot of ways, punishing our law enforcement by taking away a safety tool probably is not going to help anything that happened in the 50s and 60s. And I just think it's inappropriate to even be having that conversation. And that's also why we now have such strict standards and laws on how and when the K-9s can be deployed. Removing a non-lethal and highly effective law enforcement ally which is used primarily to de-escalate, as we talked about, and to diffuse volatile scenarios, really hinders police officers' safety and their ability to reduce the amount of force that's used in those circumstances. And the fact is that canines reduce far more force than they ever use. So why would anybody, this is the question that we all need to ask ourselves, what is the motivation? Why would anybody want to take away the one form of legal force that can be called back? Makes no sense to me. Canine handlers have one of the highest levels of training of any law enforcement officer. They literally train every 2 weeks for the length of their career. They're highly trained regarding vulnerable populations, including those with mental health disorders, those with language barriers. They are trained in de-escalation and interpersonal communication. Implicit and explicit bias and cultural competency training is given to these officers. They get courses on mental health and policing, including bias and stigma. And this is the alternative. That wicked little beast sitting right there is the alternative to deadly force and physical force. I kind of hate to say it in front of one of them, but our canine handlers are absolutely among the best and the brightest and the most highly trained in law enforcement in the county and in the country. And our canine officers are absolutely the finest in the state. We literally have the top dog in the state of California, in Nevada County. These dogs reduce injury to everyone, including those being apprehended. And I just want to thank you again for your support, Supervisor Hook and Supervisor Swarthout, and for having the backs of the community and being willing to continue to help provide this safety tool for our officers, for our community. And I'm really proud to live in a county where our supervisors are willing to take a stand and go to the state and say, this is not what we want in our community. Thanks for hearing us.
Thank you, Joey. If you were timing, you did go over 3. Captain Jacob.
Good afternoon. Captain Jacobs with the Nevada County Sheriff's Office. Appreciate your time. I'll keep my comments brief. They're mainly just to express our agency's gratitude. Sheriff Moon could not be here today to be part of this presentation, but we appreciate both supervisors for introducing this letter of support to oppose the legislation. I'm not just speaking today as a captain of the Sheriff's Office, but as a resident of this county of District 1. I'm raising a family in this community, and as a resident of this community, what a shame it would be for this legislation to pass and for us to remove such a valuable tool from our community. It's not just about supporting my colleagues as a captain, but it's about my family knowing that the tools that we've chose to implement here, that Sheriff Moon brought back after a 20-year hiatus, are valuable. It would be a shame to see those removed because of nearsighted legislation that paints a broad brush. We've seen such effectiveness with our program in just a few years. When I first started here in '99, we didn't have a canine program. We hadn't had a canine program for quite some time, and it was a desire of a number of our deputies to bring that back. And Sheriff Moon had a vision to bring back dogs. She continues to have a vision to bring back even more dogs, to expand the program that we see that folks want to collapse. And what a valuable tool it has been. We've seen time and time again the successes of our canine officers and being able to bring people to justice without having to take that force to the next level. So again, we absolutely appreciate the support in opposing this legislation. And I'll end by inviting Canine Deputy King to come up and provide a few comments about his personal perspective being a canine officer. Thank you.
I just want to thank you all for doing this today. My name is Taylor King, and I work with the Sheriff's Office. I'm assigned to Canine Vito as his handler. I just want to take a couple moments to give some experience with Vito and the success we've had. Going off some numbers, roughly, the top of my head, we've had approximately 24 deployments, meaning he's come out of the car to assist me. Of those 24 deployments, over half of them have ended in de-escalation and successful surrender, meaning that we've not had to use force and the person has submitted to us, gone into custody without any use of force. These dogs are valuable to us. They're extremely important. This has always been a life goal of mine, and this partner is my best friend. As Supervisor Hoke spoke recently, our last deployment, I was alone and 17 minutes away from any cover. I was by myself. I was chasing a stolen vehicle and someone who chose not to comply with my commands. Had I not had veto, who knows what would have happened. I could have been in a fight for 15, 20 minutes out in the middle of the woods with no one to assist me. And I can speak that these are consistent with each handler in our success rate, in our de-escalation and our successful surrenders. As you can see, he's very vicious. His number one priority is attention and love, and he is the sweetest boy I've ever met. You wouldn't believe he's a police dog. However, he has a great switch, and when he needs to work and I need him to do something for me, he is happy to help and assist. I feel bad because Captain's in his Class A's, so he's getting all hairy. And it's been mentioned before, but we are in a rural area and we are in a unique situation. Vito, here. Off. We are in a unique situation, and I know that in some places where they have 20 or 30 or 40 cops to assist them in any given minute, we are quite alone. You know, we spend 4 to 5 deputies on a shift, and these canines are covering our units and our help. Losing them would be a detriment to the public first, but most importantly, would be a detriment to our law enforcement as well. If we were to ban canines, I think the public would be at a severe risk of being victimized time and again, and I would hate to see that happen growing up and living in this community, and this community means more to me than anything, and I would hate to see that these dogs get banned over a bad history in which the majority of everything has. So with that, I'll end and go from there.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing Victor to us. Vito. Way to go, Ed. Grr. Is there any other public comment? All right. Madam Clerk, any phone calls?
There's no callers, Chair.
No calls. Then we will close the public comment portion of this, and thanks again for your efforts, Sue and Lisa. I would entertain a motion. Motion, Supervisor Hook, seconded Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk?
You can do a voice vote if you'd like.
Oh, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all, and with that, we are adjourned. Good meeting.